Good morning. Today is April 8th, 2025. I am Kathy Hopkins, District 5 Representative, and I now call the April meeting of the Kansas State Board of Education to order. Welcome to those in attendance and listening online. I do want to acknowledge Senator Mark Argabright and his Kansas Educational Leadership Institute mentees that are here this morning. Senator, would you come forward and introduce them?
On? There we go. I should know how to operate that. First and foremost, thank you all for what you do for Kansas kids from corner to corner of the state and the time that you spend guiding all of us. We do appreciate that. It's an important process because that's our future. And from me to you, thank you. Appreciate it. I have the honor to introduce, this is part of the Kelly program. And so thank you for that program. I wish it was there when I was a brand new superintendent, I will tell you that. Now, the ones I work with may not say that, but I'd like to introduce a few of them. Dr. Ryan Most is in his first year at Anderson County, USD 365, that's located in Garnett. Scott Pauser, he is in his second year at Erie. Ty Rhodes is in his first year as assistant superintendent at McPherson, USD 418. I just got the pleasure of meeting him. And Michelle Miller, which I think a lot of you know, she's our executive director of Kelly and does a fabulous job and supports us all the way through the line. So I won't take any more time. Thank you. These people are working very hard for all of you, and there's a lot more that weren't able to make it. But appreciate what you do, and if you have any questions for us, we'll try to answer.
Well, thank you very much for being here. We appreciate it. And a shout out to Garnett, which was called Garnett when I went to school there. So happy to have you. And I know we have McPherson here with Dr. Watson's World. So thank you so much for just coming, for all that you do. We appreciate that you would attend a meeting, and we're happy for the Kelly program too. We know leadership is huge in all of our buildings, and we thank you for what you're doing. Thanks for coming. Thank you, Senator. Sorry, I have a really nasty buzz in my microphone, so I'm gonna just go this direction. Okay, now you're really gonna mess me up. Okay. Just to make things more interesting. Okay, we have all board members present and seated at the board table this morning. I want to introduce our board secretary, Deborah Bremer. We are so appreciative of her and her hard work. I have board attorney Mark Ferguson at my right, Commissioner Watson at my left, and our vice chair, Danny Zach, at his left. Okay, the mission statement for the Kansas State Board of Education is to prepare Kansas students for lifelong success through rigorous quality academic instruction, career training, and character development according to each student's gifts and talents. Our vision is for Kansas to lead the world in the success of each student. At this time, we will pause for a moment of silent reflection or prayer. We will rise and join in the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, we have some changes that I need to point out before we approve the agenda. Toward the end of today, when we have our Let me get the words here. Legislative update time. It is possible that we will go into an executive session to discuss some things that will be under attorney-client privilege. For tomorrow, we will be adding in, there's a blank space you'll see in your agenda at 11:40, and I lost my words. Addition, because it did not make it in time for the consent, and I have seriously lost a piece of it. Why do I do that? We're going to be acting on the approval of a partial termination and reorganization of Wyandotte Comprehensive Education Cooperative. And normally that would be under a consent, but their timing as they were trying to get everything wrapped up didn't quite work for that. So it will be a full board agenda, but be acted on Wednesday at 11:40. So with those additions, can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
Madam Chair, I'd like to call for the orders of the day. We have on the schedule to approve the minutes first.
We do. Okay, it was flipped on my deal. No problem. Thank you. We can do that. So do I have, let's see, the minutes in the board packet have been updated in response to requests. Are there any further corrections or additions to the minutes of the meeting conducted on March 11th? If not, a motion is in order.
Yes, Madam Chair, I have.
Yes, Debbie?
I do. First, I wanted to thank Deborah. I love the way she sends out. She wrote, I write them for some researcher who's living in 3015 and has a passing draw to the days when we used words to describe what transpired in what they once called meetings. I really love that. And as a person who's a genealogist and has read many Quaker Church meeting minutes from the 1700s, as such, I do not believe that the minutes reflect the full scope of the points that this member attempted to address last month. We've had conversations on this, but there were 3 items that I brought to the attention of the board. I spent 1 minute on those items, and the board spent 6 minutes responding to me. And only 2 of the 3 items that I brought in my 1 minute was put into the minutes.
Board Member Potter, the minutes are not a transcription of the meeting, and it's just not possible to do that. And we try to put in as much as we can, but this is the minutes at present.
Right.
I
But this
acknowledge
is
your.
this is the opportunity for the board to hear that I wanted the minutes to
I appreciate
reflect
that, absolutely.
all of that. So does the board have an opportunity to respond to it?
Sure. Any response to Board Member Potter's? Okay, do I have a motion to approve? Oh. Okay, motion to approve?
No, she's making a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Okay.
Minutes.
What is your, as far as
Do
a
I-
response?
Okay, do I have, just a second, do I have a second on the motion? Betty? Michelle?
So, Board Member Potter, do you have as far as a response, you just, are you
The
asking?
press releases aren't even mentioned in this at all, in our minutes at all. The conversations concerning the press releases and my request for the Department of Education not to speak, to make clear that they're not speaking on the behalf of the board because the board hadn't had conversations on those subjects. That's not in the minutes.
Are you referring to legislative, like as far as which?
No,
specific?
just the comment. So we had a conversation about
okay.
the news releases.
Board Member Potter?
Yes.
We hear and we recognize that you're not happy with the minutes.
Okay.
We're gonna have to move
Well,
on.
okay, I'm just
We're
going to
going-
make a point of order. I'm making a point of order then, and I'm going to basically
but-
state that the board is
ma'am.
violating 5 of its policies and 1 guideline, and I made 13 copies for Deborah.
Okay. Can we be ready for a vote, please, for the minutes? All in favor? Do we have a count? All opposed? Present not voting? That would be? 712. I guess so. Okay, thank you.
Connie and Michelle were present, not voting.
Okay, moving on to the agenda. I pointed out the changes that we need to make for for this meeting's agenda for today and tomorrow. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
Madam
Betty?
Chair, you didn't take care of my point of order. I made a point of order.
Okay, Mr. Ferguson, help me out here.
What is it you want to accomplish?
Deborah, well, my point of order is that we have five violations of policy and one violation of the guidelines, as far as I can tell. I have written it out because, especially it'll be kind of hard to cover in this. And I don't mind, we have a lot of guests. I don't mind if we want to defer handling this point of order at a later time, but this is the time frame for it to be brought to the attention of the board. So if the board agrees, I don't mind waiting to address it, but I do want it addressed during the meeting.
We haven't had that come up, and when asked whether we follow Robert's Rules of Order, my standard answer is we use it as a guide. It's not we don't have a strict compliance. There's no specific point of order within our board policies. I would suggest that would be how that be addressed or be handled can be at the discretion of the board chair if you want to address it now or at some later time, or perhaps just take it up outside, but outside the issue. I think that the minutes and the record, both on the live stream and your comments both from the previous meeting and today, make the record. Whether or not the board chair decides to deliberate on that particular challenge, I think, is at the discretion of the board chair.
Okay. We will move this to the end of meeting with
I'd like
board
to appeal to the
discussion.
board. I don't understand why there's such a need to, I've twice had points of order called on me for violating board policy because I asked for a vote on something. And also I asked for a motion to table something, and I had a point of order called on me. So I do know that you use points of order in the meeting. So if we're going to change that now, what's the process then for bringing up complaints of violation of policy? I don't understand that, because I'm bringing it to the chair. I know all it says in our policy is to bring it to the chair. I'm bringing it to the board. I've written it out. I couldn't be more succinct and as less confrontational as I could possibly be and still bring this up. And I'm getting so much
Okay, but I said we will
inflexibility.
deal with this we need to move on for today's agenda, but we can deal with this at the end of the meeting on Wednesday, tomorrow, and come back to at that time with the board.
Okay, I offered that we could do it at another
Okay,
time.
that's what I said. Okay. Yes, sir.
I'll make the point, how do we know it is a violation of board policy? Is that your opinion, or is that do you have a legal opinion?
No, I don't have a legal opinion. I said, as far as I can tell, we have violated. That's how everybody does board policy. They call it to the board's attention. They say, I believe that's a violation of board policy, and then the
So
board
we'll talk about it
determines.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be happy to review whatever materials. I have not looked at them, and I'll be happy to visit with the board leadership about it. I mean, the challenge here is I don't want to disrespect your opinion or your bringing something forward. I think the board always tries to balance those interests, but you have an agenda. You have people that are lined up to speak. So, and it's not about making your point to the visitors or anything. It's about staying on our agenda and respecting those people that come to the board and getting the business that's done. So I think there needs to be a balance
And I apologize if it's a
between
timing,
what you're trying to
but
do and
it
what
had to do with the minutes, and that happened before anything. So
We are going to move on, so.
I'll be happy to, if you ask my opinion, I can spend some time over lunch or
Okay.
a break and
Appreciate
assist
that.
in some way.
Okay, we'll see what's going on. Okay, for the agenda, do I have a motion to approve the agenda as previously amended? Mr. Porter, thank you. I'm sorry, did you have a question, Betty?
I lost track. I thought I had approved that.
Oh, you're right, you did. I'm sorry. We'll take Jim as a second. How about that? All in favor of the agenda as amended, please raise your hand. Okay, we full blown? Okay. Okay. Corey. I don't have the agenda. Approval of the consent agenda. We have a motion. Second, Betty? All in favor? Do we have any other options for or thoughts on the consent? Everybody ready to move? Okay. All in favor of the consent agenda? Opposed? Danny is opposed. Okay. Commissioner, welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning.
Good morning, Board. It's good to see all of you. Thank you for a productive day yesterday. Talk a little bit about that. Well, again, thank you, as Dr. Argerbright did, for your service across the state of Kansas and the almost 50,000 students that you represent across the state. You know, while we start with that slide and go to this one, we think, and I'll be talking to you today, as I always do, about how do we put in place things that can help young people be successful, and then go on to be successful adults. And it's obviously what our role is. We have reinstituted something we did several years ago, which was a podcast called the KSDE Inside Podcast. We've now done 2 episodes, so we're still novices in this. So if you are an expert podcaster, you can feel free to give sage advice to us novice podcasters. Episode number 1, which is out right now, is kind of a history of public education or education in the United States and in Kansas. And episode 2, which drops on Thursday, I believe. I'm looking over here at our Cracker Jack staff. And it will always, the sequence then will always drop on the Thursday of your board meeting, will be about screen time. We had some people, a student, a really articulate student, talk about screen time. And then in the future, we're going to be talking about literacy and maybe workforce development, but a lot of things that our staff's working on. So wherever you get your podcast, Spotify, Apple, YouTube, you want to watch us, in the studio, you can watch, you can listen, you can mow your grass, you can travel on the road, but I hope that you do. The focus of it is to inform, help parents and the public navigate Kansas public education and some of the things going on in our schools. So we hope that you like it, send people there, and it's free of charge, which is always good too. I want to say thank you. Just a week ago and 4 days, on a Friday, after 4 o'clock, we received an email from the U.S. Department of Education that you're going to discuss later this afternoon, saying as of 5 o'clock Eastern time, which was 4 o'clock our time, the liquidation of ESSER funds would cease. But if we wanted to apply, we could reapply. And in that week, from that Friday to this Friday, there was another change to that. Our staff complied with both of those and got everything that you had already approved back in March on that to them. And just as I walked in today, we did receive notice that they had received that and they're going to be reviewing that. Scott and Frank will talk more about that later, but I wanted to say thank you because literally tens of dozens of our staff put everything on hold to try to get that done in a timely manner. Otherwise, things like letters training comes to a halt or math training comes to a halt. Kelly program that you just saw, those are things that we help assist in funding on that. So you see those people and you'll see many of them coming up today. Just say thank you. Again, we added a couple of staff members during the ESSER time to handle the district request, but it was just our staff doing it. I want to say thank you. Last night was a men's basketball game. Some of you aren't as young as you used to be and you fell asleep. That would be me. Didn't see the ending of it. All we know is in this Final Four, whoever's been ahead early doesn't win late. This is the women's championship game. And, I think Gino, right? Very successful. Couldn't be 2 different individuals. Highly successful in their own way. and maybe for many people, a polarizing, or have been, right? You either like coaches or you don't, or you like their programs or you don't. But think about this. Don's coach of South Carolina, born in 1970. Gino, Italian immigrant, born in 1954. So they're not even generational. In fact, Gino coached the U.S. Olympic team once upon a time with an assistant coach. Don Staley won 3 Olympic gold medals. She was the high school player of the year when she was in high school. Gino was not. Today, at their respective schools, they've won over 800% of their games. And they met in the Final Four this year. And one won and one lost. And I'm reflecting on this for a lot of reasons. Because there's obviously who gets the most interviews? The winner. I mean, they interview the losing team, the winner, which is oftentimes by a few points. Now, Connecticut won pretty handily in this sense, but we interview the winner. And one of the questions was, it's his 12th championship in 40 years at Connecticut. He is 71 years of age. And the question was, how do you win 12? And he said, well, it's interesting because last year you asked us why we hadn't won in 14 years. And we had been to Final Fours in every one but one of those. And he said, I started to doubt whether I was at 71 relative to the young people and could we win it again, even though we were still in the Final Fours, which on any level would be success, right? But he had set the bar so high. Dawn had won several of the past championships and finished runner-up in one of those. And obviously she's devastated. Her team did not win. And she's reflecting, going, I wonder what I should have done different to get my team to that championship level. And I've got to think differently about next year. They're already thinking about next year, both of them, because they've set the standard so high, even though both coaches are arguably two of the best right now and consistently in that Final Four where you have a chance to win it all every year. Very different generations, different styles, different approaches, but what's common is this drive to this high level of excellence. Last month I talked to you about instructional time. You know, this is a headline from some research around pandemic recovery. This is the number of days we have left in this school year, approximately. And I say approximately because Dr. New will know this. Schools end their school year differently. I mean, we don't end on the same day. Seniors generally graduate about a week early, and other kids go later. So some school districts are going to go into that week of the 19th. Most schools are not going past Memorial Day. That would be a rare occurrence. But this is what we have left, approximately 26 days. 26 days. All right? Think about what that means for a senior that's not quite ready to graduate. We have 26 days. Try to help him or her put the cap on, get across the stage, get a diploma, and they may be 1 or 2 credits short right now. Remember those days? Remember those days. Now, those are unseen. There's a lot of work going on in schools right now to try to help seniors that aren't quite there get over the hump. And some will disappoint us and disappoint themselves, and others will succeed. And there won't be any stories written about that. There won't be any national championships with ticker tape going off when that kid walks across the stage. Some parent will be hooping and hollering in the audience because they knew all that it took, right? Same thing's going on in the month of April, which Beth will talk about just a little bit later this morning, around state assessments. We're going to give us students in grades 3 through 8 and grade 10 a state assessment to say, tell us what you know in math and reading and language arts. And we're going to take a look at that and ask teachers to say, was that an accurate representation of what we see in the classroom? But it's an opportunity for our kids to do their best. It's an opportunity for our schools to do our best, and an opportunity for us to look at one measure to say, how are we doing and what should we tweak or what should we do different? So, you know, recently, as many of you know, I had a little cold, wasn't feeling well. We have a great great clinic right around the corner. And I went over there, and what do you do when you first walk into any doctor's office? They take your weight, they take your height. And then what's the next thing they do? They take your blood pressure. And she says, have you ever had high blood pressure? I said, that's an interesting question, because the answer is no, but you're about to tell me something I probably don't want to hear. And she said, well, it's a little high, but maybe it's just today. And I thought, it's one data point, right? And so I went back just a couple days ago, because I was going to be with Liz and this Cracker Jack Kansas Teacher of the Year team, and I still wasn't feeling well going into the weekend, and my blood pressure was back where it was. So we all know that this data may or may not be reflective, but it gives us something to talk about with families and with kids. 26 days. It's not the time to shut down school. Gino and Don just were in the national championship 2 days ago. I'm going to tell you, they're recruiting. They're handling the transfer portal, right, Danny? I mean, they're trying to put together their team for next year right now, even though they're probably planning a parade somewhere in a celebration back, and they're handling all the media requests. 26 days, and then we can also think about the transition, as I mentioned to you, to what we can do with kids that need our help in the summer, because I think that that's so important. Yesterday, this is not a picture. Dennis is looking at it going, it doesn't look like me. This is a stock photo of a board retreat. I had no photos from you yesterday, but believe me, you guys were in a retreat, and you looked every bit as good as this group, and you were working hard. And you were talking about so many things, academic achievement, maybe we narrow down some regulations, maybe we really get focused. You were talking about reading and math and post-secondary and IP. You were just talking about lots of good things. And so I found this sign. It's a math equation. Obviously, the highway patrol, someone thinks, oh, this is, I happen to know Trooper Ben really well. Trooper Ben's, he didn't do it. This is something Trooper Ben would put out. Drive less or equal to the speed limit, right? Okay. Now, sometimes people don't know math as well as they should. So the next sign, don't flunk math, because if you do, you're not going to know, don't go over the speed limit. Last night, Danny and Kathy and Dennis and I had dinner. And it was a lovely dinner, a lovely time. And at the end of that, 3 of the 4 of us paid in cash, and 1 did not. And then the fun began, because there was some real trouble in handling the change and the correct amount that would come back, which caused, I think, Danny to be late for the tip-off of the championship game. And you could tell that the young lady was embarrassed and frustrated. But these skills matter, right? These skills matter, just like the sign, hey, don't drive over the speed limit. And, our job is to figure out what's the policy, what's the lever, what's the removal, so that these people that, are here today can go do the work, because none of us teach any kids. None of us teach a kid. We just get to try to provide the right conditions for these remarkable people to do the work. So that was, last night, Kathy says, you're going to weave that in? I said, yeah, I'm going to weave that story in. I'm going to weave that story in today. So, Madam Chair and Vice Chair, I appreciate the time. I'd be happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Dr. Watson, you just mentioned, the math, math skills matter. But again, you're looking at someone there's a lot of variables involved in that person that's in front of you. She might have just moved here from another state or somewhere else. And so we can only do, the teacher can only do work with what she has in front of her in the classroom. So, they do matter. But we also have to take a look at the bigger picture as that individual could have come from any state, in another state, another country. So, we want to do what's best for Kansas. We can only do what we can do in Kansas, and hopefully it's driven by Kansas educators and Kansans. So just wanted to add that note in there that we always talk about, you and I always talk about, there's a lot of variables involved when it comes to education and learning and the individual. So just wanted to add that in there.
Absolutely, and that's why, and I think Beth will point this out to you again as we talk about assessment, it is a data point for discussion, not to hammer, not to make total decisions on. It's for discussion with families and kids. And just like the nurse said, have you ever had high blood pressure? No, but well, I did at that moment, from going around there. So again, when you check it again 3 days later, didn't have high blood pressure, but data point for discussion, right? Not for determination. There was no medication handed out. There was no diagnosis. So thanks, Michelle.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Commissioner. I don't see anything else. Okay, we will now open the Citizens Forum. During the Citizens Open Forum, the State Board of Education provides an opportunity for citizens to share views about topics of interest or issues currently being considered by the State Board. I now declare the Citizens Open Forum of the Kansas State Board of Education meeting open at 10:30 a.m. The State Board asks that speakers identify themselves by name and the name of the group they represent, if applicable. We also ask that each speaker focus their remarks on issues or topics and not on individual people. Each speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes, which Attorney Ferguson will be handling so if you kind of watch for the red cards to show you the countdown, that'll be helpful. Any board questions will be for clarification only. Our first speaker is going to be Shane Kirchner, if I'm saying that right. And then the second will be Dr. Kelly Holting. Hopefully I'm saying that right. So welcome.
Thank you. Okay. Hi, I'm Shane Kirchner, Chair of Teacher Ed at McPherson College. I'm representing the CAPCO, the Kansas Association of Private Colleges of Teacher Preparation. Just giving you a little update on what we've been doing. Last Friday, many of us from CAPCO, as well as some of the state schools, joined together at K-State for the annual ATEK conference, which is the Association of Teacher Educators. So it's all the college professors getting together to share ideas, and we were able to learn from each other on how to be better teachers of teachers. It was a good day that we had there. Also want to share with you that we'll be meeting later today in this building with some of the members of KSDE staff to just stay abreast of the licensure regulations that are happening. So we try to meet about every other month here and meet with them personally so we can have that face-to-face time. So we appreciate that opportunity to continue work there. Finally, I wanted to share that several of our programs are working to be very flexible. Because we're a little smaller, we can sometimes twist a little quicker. We've got people working with the RTAP program for the apprentice programs. We're trying to meet the needs of adult learners where that's possible, as well as working with our traditional undergrad students. So we're trying to be as flexible as we can on the teacher ed side, especially the private colleges, to really try to branch out and help as much as we can to add to the teaching profession. So good to be here today. Thanks for your work that you do. Again, just representing the private colleges in Kansas. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And I'm glad to hear you're working with teacher licensure like that. That's an interesting, big deal. Okay, next will be Dr. Kelly Holting, and after her will be Casey Johnson.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Kelly Holting. I'm an FFA advisor and ag teacher at Mission Valley High School, and I'm in my 24th year of teaching. I'm also a former FFA member from Anderson County or Garnett High School that we talked about earlier, and a former district officer for the East Central District. Now, I tell you all of those because the reason I'm here today is to express the importance of continuing to fund our FFA executive secretary position. So for the past 32 years, this position has made a direct impact on my life and the lives of thousands of FFA members and ag teachers. The FFA is an intercurricular part of the whole ag education career and technical education model. So it's a portion that us as ag teachers use to develop the career and leadership skills of our students. So we can teach them in the classroom, but then also take them outside the classroom to be able to develop those hands-on real-world skills so that our students are successful after they leave our classroom and become successful citizens, whether they go on to post-secondary education, directly into the workforce, and of course back into our communities as well. The executive secretary position is responsible not only for helping over all 300 of us ag teachers, but also over 13,000 FFA members that we have here in Kansas. The position executes a large part of not only hosting the Kansas State Career Development events, or the Kansas FFA Career Development events, but also the Kansas FFA Convention, which serves over 13,000 of our students, our family members, our advisors to help develop those skills. The position also serves as a team lead for our Team Ag Ed, and works with not only like our Kansas Agriculture Department, our KSDE Ag Consultant, but then also many boards across the state of Kansas to make sure that we are following not only state policy, national policy, but bringing those experiences back to our students and our ag teachers. The position also trains our state officers. Our state officers for FFA are college level, so they're freshmen and sophomores in college, but then that training also comes down to our district officers and our chapter officers, helping to develop that leadership far beyond just those 6 Kansas FFA offices. The other thing that the executive position does is helps out us ag teachers. Our Kansas FFA executive secretary is a part of the beginning educator support team for ag teachers, helping to retain and recruit those members in those first 5 years of education. As you know, we are short of teachers, and ag education is just the same. So this support is integral to making sure that we have ag teachers in all of our schools around. I remember back 24 years ago, even though it doesn't seem that long ago, and that position helped me as a teacher answer questions that I needed on a daily basis. After 24 years, they are still there helping, and they are an integral part of not only our FFA association, but also career and technical education for agriculture in the state of Kansas. Thank you.
Could I ask a
Buzzer, good
clarifying
job.
question? Could I ask a clarifying question? Is that position for an adult or for college kids or for high schoolers?
It's for an adult. So
an
the
adult, okay.
person that's currently in that position has been there for about 30 years. I don't know the exact time frame. I know since I was a freshman in high school that they were there because I had to answer a question on a test of what their name was.
And could you leave with Deborah contact information?
Sure, I can do that. Thank you.
Okay, next will be Casey Johnson, and then Nancy Moneymaker, and then we have an Erica Sheets, it looks like, for the 5th one. Okay.
Good morning. Y'all are a good-looking group. We can't see you behind that big old column. I'm Dr. Casey Johnson. I am department chair for a School of Education from Ottawa University, but I'm here today as president of CAPCOAT. You heard from Dr. Kirchner, but our Association of Private Colleges and Universities, we work very, very hard to ensure that candidates are available and prepared for the classroom. And I just wanted to share some statistics with you this morning, and then I'm going to end with a favor. You ready? I'm going to prep you for that. We're going to ask a favor today. In 2023, we developed a report and asked all of our institutions to give us some data, so I'm going to run down really quickly for you. Over a 5-year period, we've graduated over 1,000 candidates in elementary K through 6, over 100 in special education, elementary unified, over 350 in special education, over 450 in secondary ed, over 400 in leadership, school counseling, building, district, around 2,300 teachers. That's about 460 per year. And we'd like you to know we follow the same national state accreditation requirements. We work very closely with Catherine and our KSDE partners in supporting them in program reviews, accreditation teams, and developing standards. In fact, if you ask for the numbers, CAPCOAT carries the heaviest and largest amount of weight for making sure those programs continue compared to our K-Board partners in comparison to how many faculty they have. Just FYI. We love our K-Board partners. We work very closely with the regents, and we love them. Quick reminder, when the legislature makes a decision, they provide money to support that decision only to the Regent schools. But who still has to abide? Capcode. Who also is left to support and try to help continue that fidelity and ensuring quality? Capcode. I'm not complaining. I'm not whining. I'm not making excuses. I am asking that with every legislative decision, if anybody walks in here from KBOR with, I'm sure, really great intentions to micromanage or in some way manipulate who we hire or how we run our programs, that someone here ask, how does that impact our private institutions and colleges as well? If I could just ask that you be an advocate with us and for us, as we are all on the same team. We just want really good teachers in our classrooms. I will tell you that 75% of our candidates take a job in public schools, and 75% of them remain after 3 years. I'll take any questions. Great.
I do not see any. Thank you so much.
Thank you for serving, and thank you for your time.
Okay. Oh, no. Next will be Nancy Moneymaker, and then Erica Sheets. Thank you.
Hello, hello, board and Madam Chair. What is your definition of education? Oh, Nancy Moneymaker, private citizen. What is your definition of education? Is it to train up the next generation to be productive members of society? Is it to train for the workforce? Or is it to gain as many data points on all students as possible? Kansas has an expansive data collection project doing just that. The Kansas Longitudinal Data System, introduced in 2015, unique student IDs follow students as they move between systems. Included are required federal reporting, all safety info, all incident reports, all intervention reports, and with the ever-encroaching mental health programs within school buildings, mental health data. All this Kansas data seems to currently be collected pre-K and the ASQ for kindergarten through 2 years post-graduation. The Department of Education would like to collect data farther out than that. For what and why? To have all this comprehensive data follow a student wherever that student may transfer to. I surmise that this could easily lead to implementing a type of data scoring system. I believe most Americans are against that. Another reason mentioned is to try and measure a very elusive, poorly defined word called success. Talk about variables. My husband's first day of kindergarten, after deciding that he did not want to be there, he walked out of school and walked home. In the current world, this incident and the rest of his restless, rebel-rousing behaviors throughout his school years would have been extensively documented and followed him practically all his life. The system would have labeled him as a future failure and not a success. And at 20 years of age, his data would have shown him as unsuccessful. He did not even graduate high school, but later managed without any special lessons to pass the GED. Only after 10 years past graduation age did he turn his life over to Christ, have a family, get a college degree, become a CFO of a growing company, and become the world's definition of success. Students like Will probably be written off as a future successful failure with extensive data to prove it. I want to end with the thought that besides being a huge cybersecurity risk, this ever-expanding project is another distraction from the important education of teaching the core subjects of reading, writing, and math to excellence. Look over here at this state longitudinal data system. Look at our ever-changing assessment definitions. Look over here at our pre-K emphasis. Look at all the rewards we present, but don't look at our student achievement. We might have to look at all the changes made in 2015 and actually do something different, like go back to education where core subjects are emphasized to excellence. In our early institutionalized version of education, most students went through 8th grade knowing more through their education than most graduating American students know now without extensive collection. Thank you.
Thank you. And next is Erica Sheets. There she is.
A little bit of a maze back there. Thank you for having me. Board members, Dr. Watson, my name's Erica Sheets. I am a Blue Valley parent of 2 special education children, a Kansas resident and Blue Valley parent for 15 years, 21 years clocking in parenthood in general. I feel like there should be some kind of a badge for that. I don't know. Maybe other parents do too. But I'm also representing Moms for Liberty, our Johnson County chapter, here today. And I wanted to share a little bit of insight. I know one of the topics that the board is taking a look at is the Parents as Teachers program. So to give just a little bit of background in the time that I have allotted, I wanted to share a couple of things. One, for those who aren't familiar with Moms for Liberty, we are a nonprofit 501c4 organization, nonpartisan, non-religious. Every chapter is that as well. So our chapter in Johnson County is its own standalone nonpartisan organization, and we are founded by all volunteer parents like myself and all local people who are invested in what happens in Johnson County and in Kansas. So I think that's important to know if you didn't know that already. Okay, the Parents as Teachers program has an interesting start and has evolved. And I wanted to put it into some context for those of you who may or may not be familiar with a model, a school model that has been pushed down from higher levels onto states and onto local school districts called the Whole Child Community School Model. And several aspects of that model have been implemented here in Kansas and in other places, and it looks a little bit different by each district depending. But I think it's important to understand, and on the heels of Mrs. Moneymaker's testimony, I think it's important to understand the level of data collection. Parents have no idea when they're interacting with this Parents as Teachers programs, whether they're coming into the school district or allowing them to come in to their home, what the data collection is, and that this is all part of this larger model where the intention is for the school district to be an all-encompassing community hub for all kinds of treatment as soon as a child appears here. So happy to provide details and written testimony and information and contact, and I'm available for questions.
See any. Thank you for your comments.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the State Board's Citizens Open Forum is closed at 10:47 a.m. We would like to thank our speakers for taking the time to come and share your thoughts and perspectives with us. Thank you very much. Next on our agenda is our action on recommendations for funding Kansas Parents as Teachers for 2025-2026. Do we have, well, I'm going to go ahead and start with a motion, and then we will move forward from there. So do I have a motion to approve the recommendations for funding? Melanie, second by Betty. Any discussion, board? Michelle, sorry, I was looking at you instead of the screen. Michelle.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins. So I just want to just to go over as far as what we're voting on right now. It's money to support parents as teachers.
Michelle, I'm sorry, before you start, are you going to have questions?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
No, I wanted to give an overview of thanking you as far as pulling that off and not having that to be a consent agenda item, going over that there was actually
I just need to know if we want to go ahead and have Amanda come forward. Do you have questions for her?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Oh, I'm
Okay.
sorry, yes.
I want to have her ready. Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so thank you. So normally those are anyway. The last 6 years, a lot of things have been put on the consent agenda item. That there used to be lots, like all the way up to L, P, Q, all those letters. And I used to pull things off for even more discussion, or just because I wasn't prepared to vote on something without some more insight, public insight, I guess is what I should say. But we received a nice presentation last month, lots of information, a PowerPoint presentation. There were some things that came up, and we had a good month to do a lot of research. And so I've kind of laid out some things and then some questions, because I feel like it's so important that that some of these things that weren't in the PowerPoint presentation, but that were mentioned in that as questions were asked. I think that those things are important. I just want to address a couple of those and then go into the questions. I think there's like 4 questions that I have, if that's okay. Okay, so I kind of wrote this down and I sent it to myself at the state board. When it comes to babies and young children, I see that we have numerous documents and agencies intent on being involved. We have KELS, and I know we love to talk about acronyms, and it's Kansas Early Learning Standards, and we also have parents as teachers. So per your presentation last month, Kansas Parents and Teachers is a part of a national model, and that's something that not everybody knows about, but it is a national model. And the KSDE is the state office for Parents as Teachers in Kansas, so we partner with Parents as Teachers National Center on those programs. I guess my question on that would be then, are there any requirements, or including data requirements, of the National Parents as Teacher from Kansas? Do they require anything or have any specific ties to Kansas?
Yes. So each individual, hello everybody, my name is Amanda Peterson, for those of you listening online, and I'm the Director of Early Childhood at the Kansas State Department of Education. Each local Parents as Teachers program is an affiliate of the Parents as Teachers National Center. That's really important because it means that in Kansas we're not reinventing a wheel in terms of quality and support for our Parents as Teachers program. We have an entire national, thank you, we have an entire national infrastructure that we can lean into that includes things like a curriculum that local programs can use, resources that local programs can share with families, and also information and research that helps us understand what things we can do when we are supporting the parents of our young students that will most likely lead to success later on. So each individual local program every year submits what's called an affiliate performance report to the Parents as Teachers National Center. It includes aggregate data to report on things like the number of screenings that happened in a particular year, or the number of goals, the percentage of families who set a goal with their parent educator. Parents as Teachers programs also will assign a state student ID to students when they participate. So that will include things like their name and date of birth and their address, so that if that child then later enters into a Kansas school, we can do things like say, okay, if a child participates in Parents as Teachers, does that lead to improved outcomes later on? Does that answer your question, Michelle?
It does.
Yep.
So you're just looking at these things, there appears to be a considerable crossover in partnering. We have DCF, All In for Kansas Kids, KDHE, KCCTO, which is Kansas Child Care Training Opportunities, Head Start, Kansas Children's Cabinet Trust Fund, Early Childhood Development Services, MTSSA. So is the grant funding coming before us today only funding Parents as Teachers that they will receive this year, and other than the matching funds that the school districts contribute?
Yes, so today you are considering allocating the roughly $9.5 million that the legislature allocates for Parents as Teachers programs to go to school districts to offer Parents as Teachers services. Those other programs that you listed are other organizations in the state that also provide services to young children and their families, or to the professionals who serve them.
So they wouldn't be getting any data collected last month you mentioned that the person coming to the house, which I did not know this when my first child did the Parents as Teachers, I didn't know a mandatory reporter was coming into my home. Different than a teacher in a classroom full of students, or at a doctor's office. If the person's coming in, you mentioned last month that it's a mandatory reporter, I don't remember signing anything off on that or getting the data that they're being collected back to me at the end, like here's all the data coming back. So when Chair Hopkins asked, does this data at the end of when the Parents Teachers has stopped coming to my house, Does that data just go away? Can I get that data? Those are very important questions that I'm not sure that the public's aware of.
That would be, so parents will sign a consent of information at the beginning of their parents as teachers services. I think sometimes people hear data and they think that every note or everything that is talked about in a parents as teachers home visit is going to follow the child moving on. I can assure you that our data systems are not nearly that extensive. If we can get a good cohort in a given year and say, okay, these are the students who participated in parents as teachers, and this is the age range of the time that they participated, we're in great shape. Nobody is ever going to be able to go into my son's educational record to see that at his 11-month visit, we had an extensive conversation about how to encourage him to eat solid food and not throw it to the dog. So like we don't collect that level of detail when we think about what gets stored in our longitudinal data systems.
So then I found two reports, one in 2014 and 15 that showed 500 pages of information that could be asked of families on a student. And then if you go to 2023, it's down to like, I think, 250 pages. Mm-hmm. So I was just curious on, well, I can read one of the reports.
Can you tell me the title of the document that you're referring to?
Yeah, actually, I can probably send you the link after this so you can, if you want to clarify. So let me see, let me find out. I have a lot of information on this. Let me get down to this. Okay, so I was, back to what I was saying, comparing 2014 and 15 and 2021 and 2022. In this, there's 500 pages versus 232 pages. So Kansas Parents as Teachers was included in the Foundations of School Success, FSS section on the report. The number of pages with the data points was over 80 pages long. In 2022 and 2022 report, the same section was only 15 pages long. So it appears this section has been significantly pared back from the report. So I was wondering if we could provide where the Parents and Teachers data points can now be found.
Sure. So Foundations for School Success is one of our legacy data systems. So our early childhood team primarily uses it for the Kansas preschool pilot, but an individual Parents as Teachers coordinator could use that system to run a report to see a list of the students who are participating in Parents as Teachers as reported in our kids collection system by district. If any of you are ever interested in the data points that we do collect as part of our state longitudinal data system, one, I'd encourage our IT team as a terrific resource. But two, our kids' file specifications are available, and so you can see the data points that a district will enter when they do things like report for September 20th the students who are enrolled in a district. And there is one data point that relates to Parents as Teachers. It has two allowable values, either yes, the child in question participates in Parents as Teachers, or no, they do not. So when we think about what we are collecting at the KSDE level, we're primarily trying to understand which students participate in the Parents as Teachers program.
Yeah, and diving into some of those documents, I found that like did the parent take upon the services that were offered to them, or did they decline them? I mean, those are all kind of data points. It's like, where are they going? Who's sharing that knowledge? And if they've offered something like, well, we offered this, but they declined. Well, is that going to be stuck on the family's record that they declined something, and then years down the road, it's like, well, they declined it. They should have taken us up on that. I just want to make sure that those things aren't.
Absolutely.
So
we're not currently using the Foundations for School Success system to collect any of that type of data, and to my knowledge, there's no Parents as Teachers other report that a local program would collect that would indicate that a family would decline services, or that would then stick with that child's record. If a family declines services, then the program would not assign a program ID or a state student ID to that child.
Okay, so Michelle, I do have more questions, so I want to.
Oh, so I was just going to go over so it looks like based off of what you had said last month, we have at one point 63 programs, and then you mentioned how many families and then how many children. So it looks like if we're calculating the 18 million rather than the 9 million that we're approving, because if the districts have to match that, right? The districts have to match.
Districts match 50 cents for every dollar, so it's actually about $12 million.
Okay,
right.
So I calculated it looks like per family it'd be per child it'd be 2,275,000. Each family would be less than that, because if you're saying it's 12 million, about three 2,275 per child and 3,000 per family. And then personal visits are about $330 per visit. And as far as the programs, it's $285,714 per program. So I just wanted to.
And when we're thinking about the what those numbers mean, they're primarily staff. So Parents as Teachers programs, the overwhelming majority of the budget that we're providing is to hire and employ parent educators who go provide personal visits, but also plan for those visits, reflect on how those visits went, and then also provide other group connections and other learning opportunities in the community so that they're well equipped to connect families to services and provide other opportunities for connections.
And does that include training and admin as well then? All your administrative costs and training? Yeah. So there would be a coordinator or a supervisor for each program to make sure that the parent educators are well supported.
Okay.
Thank you.
Melanie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you'll allow me, I want to follow up on one of Michelle's comments and kind of a clarifying question, then I'll make my comment. You mentioned legacy data system. Is that system still collecting data?
Yes, so we use that data system once per year for our Kansas preschool pilot programs to report in aggregate how many children improved from the beginning of program year to the end.
Okay.
But otherwise, it's just a connection point to our kids' longitudinal data system for local program administrators to be able to more easily understand their own data.
Okay, and can you remind us what the KIDS stands for there?
Kansas Individual Data on Students.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify because when you're standing here talking about young children and then you're talking about kids, it can be easy to lose track of which kids are which kids.
Absolutely.
Okay. I want to kind of correct too. I heard a speaker earlier talk about the data that we collect, and to your comment earlier, we do not have a system that is collecting all of the things in one place that all of the districts can access. We heard some data points mentioned that are simply not part of that system. And so maybe we need to have a larger conversation about data. But I just wanted to point out that when I mentioned to the board last month that I still have many of the Parents as Teachers pages that were brought to me during home visits. And in fact, what I didn't mention is that at the very back of that packet, there's a survey. Can you remind us what the name of that survey is?
I'm hoping that the survey that you're talking about is the Parent Satisfaction Survey, which programs will use annually to gather feedback from parents about their experience in the program.
It's not that one. It's the other one.
I need a bigger clue.
where we are collecting data on younger children and their progress. Mm-hmm. I can't remember the name of it.
Is it the Ages and Stages?
Ages and Stages. Thank you. Yes, I didn't even fill it out. I think that's why I still have a blank one in the back of my packet. And I felt a little bit of guilt about that. That was many years ago. But just wanted to point out that parents don't have to supply all of the data. I know that my parent educator was not collecting lots and lots of data. The comment that I wanted to make is that yesterday I had the wonderful opportunity to spend the morning with the Kansas Teacher of the Year team who we're going to see. And we actually visited one of the Parents as Teachers centers in Shawnee Mission. And so I just wanted to remind the board that that center is accessible to anyone that lives in the district. You don't have to be, you're not enrolled in the district. Students that go there, young kids that go there, may not even attend our public schools after they're done in that stage of life. And the opportunity to kind of watch it's an entire early childhood center. So just experiencing those opportunities for parents to sit and work directly with an educator and help get their single child ready for kindergarten, it was just really neat to watch. So appreciate all the work that they do. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Jim?
Parents as Teachers started in St. Louis a long time ago. And I was already a school superintendent whenever the schools in Missouri were required to provide Parents as Teachers as a program. My 43-year-old son was in the first class. He survived and is doing well. And my grandchildren have been, that was not because of the program. The question mark was his parents, not the program. It was really interesting to know that when they first started, of course, people don't trust new programs. And so the only people that participated, because it's totally voluntary, were professionals. The doctors and lawyers and accountants wanted help. And then it became to the point where there were waiting lists that were so long that in one school, the last school where I was superintendent, I actually bought a house adjacent to adjacent to the school where we had a whole group of parent educators. And it is a very positive program. It is very well respected. As you can tell, I am a strong advocate of that program. My grandchildren have participated in that program. It makes a difference, and it is totally voluntary, and I strongly support this motion.
Thank you, sir. I don't see any more questions, so thank you. We do have the motion and the second on the table. I will make the statement that this is a legislative situation, and what KSDE is, that's my word, charged with, thank you, find my word, is the dispersing of those funds. So it's districts choosing to do it, it's parents choosing to do it. I think the greater question might have to be legislatively, possibly, not sure. But my understanding is we're seeking to fulfill the legislation that has been done by dispersing the funds through a process that's done here at the department. So I just want to, that's what we're voting on today. So we have the motion, the second. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay. All opposed? Okay, thank you. And next, we will be acting on the request to contract with the Kansas State University to support Kansas FFA. And do I have a motion for that? Connie? Okay, second. Betty? Okay. Board, we ready to vote on the FFA? All in favor? FFA, Dennis. Thank you. Okay.
Just better not mess up that egg.
All opposed? Present not voting? Okay. And next on the agenda is an act on request to approve a contract for the Kansas Association of Broadcasters for the Summer Meals Program. That's the commercials out there for everybody. Motion to approve? Melanie, second? Jim? Any discussion? Sorry.
The discussion would be first.
It can be after. Could very much be after. So if you have, my thing might not be working, so if you had your
No, it just
name
went
up.
very fast. The Kansas Association of Broadcasters Summer Meals, so we're matching funds, and we seem to be tight on funds right now, and I'm sorry, am I on the wrong, I'm on number 8. Are you on number 8?
I am on number 8.
Okay, so we had a presentation last month, so, and I'm referencing that presentation.
Okay.
And that we're matching funds. And so one of the things, I was talking to one of the other members, and they said, wouldn't a sign on the fence just be sufficient enough and save us? How much money is being spent on this?
Is it Emily that's?
Emily and Frank are here.
And Frank?
Mr.
Okay,
Harwood
that's
know?
what I thought it was Kelly.
That-
So
I think our match is 20,000, and it's 3,000. It's a 3-to-1 match from the broadcasters. These are federal funds that are slated specifically for advertising the summer meal program. So the funds could not be used for anything else. So if we talk about being tight on funds, it's a different bucket that can't be used any other way.
Okay.
Well, my memory was 30,000. That's just my memory,
Could
though.
be that.
And so, yeah.
It's 20 to 30,000 is our part.
But it just seemed like possibly a waste of money when simply just literally putting a sign. I thought that was a brilliant idea. It wasn't even mine. The fence, the schools could just advertise on there. They all have those billboards, so.
And the schools would be doing their own advertising as well. These are federal funds allocated to increase participation. Mostly this is targeted to the families that we don't necessarily have connections with, because the schools will send out information to the families that are connected to the school. These meals are anybody 0 to, or 1 to 18 is eligible to participate. They don't have to be enrolled in the school. Okay. So if you have students that just stay for the summer, those kinds of things, might be the only way they would find out about it.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to have to get my thing checked out. Did anybody have anything else? I'm not sure if my thing's working properly. Melanie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify, the slide that we were shown last month says that KSDE would be providing a $20,000 investment, and it provides at least $60,000 of airtime during the identified period of June and July. And they've been running these ads since 2011, and so it's a demonstrated way to reach families and make sure that the word is getting out. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Because again, I'm gonna have to get my thing fixed. Okay. And all in favor? All opposed? Okay. 5-5.
Michelle, were you opposed? Against? Was anybody present not voting?
Mm-mm.
Thank you.
Okay. Number 9, we're going to act on adding KBOR's literacy training to the state-approved training list and to add the ETS reading specialist test code 5302 to the state-approved list.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Watson, ladies and gentlemen of the board, Shane Carter, Director of Teacher Licensure. So last month I had 2 receive items for you that the chair just covered. Today I'm officially asking for approval to add KBOR's training to our Science of Reading licensure requirement training list to qualify individuals for SIL of literacy, and also add the reading specialist test code 5302 to that list as well to qualify folks for that SIL of literacy. Before we get to the actual motion, I will go over a quick review of what we're actually asking for. So as far as that blueprint for literacy training, the actual name is Foundations of the Science of Reading, Understanding and Applying Structured Literacy Principles and Courses. This training was reviewed and approved through our KSDE literacy team. This training had been vetted through the National Reading League to receive that third-party approval, and also KBOR is seeking IDA accreditation for this training as well. The actual training details, it is 2 graduate level courses, 3 hours each for a total of 6 graduate hours. It is equivalent to about 180 hours of coursework, and consists of 12 modules. And then to finish and to complete the program and qualify for the SIL of literacy, an individual would be required to complete the training and score an 85% on those summative assessments to receive the SIL of literacy. In addition to the training, I also brought a test ask for you. That is the reading specialist test code 5302. That is our current reading specialist test that was adopted back on September 1st of 2020. That test was a regenerated test. Our standards were also updated for the reading specialist program at that time, and both the test and the program are in accordance with the International Literacy Association's requirements and recommendations, as well as IDA. So the actual motion, I just typed this there to help you gather your thoughts. You don't have to follow that specifically. It's still, I'm not trying to force your vote. That is totally yours, but I heard it helps you to get organized to have a recommended motion. Pending your questions, Madam Chair.
I would just want to kind of go back to you don't have to go back on your slides, but I liked one of the things I really like about this particular course is that the veteran teachers can kind of test through. If they have the knowledge in a certain module, then they can move on to the application implementation part. So I just want to make sure, I guess we're saying that loud and clear for anybody looking to do this program, that it's not you have to go step by step. If you have that basic knowledge, they'll be able to move you through a little faster into the application part. So it's one of the things that I really appreciate about what they're doing. I don't know if anybody else has anything. Jim?
Are you ready for a motion?
I am, sir.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve the Foundations of Science of Reading, Understanding, and Applying Structured Literacy Program Principal Courses to the state-approved training list and ETS Reading Specialist Test Code 5302 to the state-approved testing list. I want to point out that that was pretty good reading for somebody with dyslexia.
Second? Dennis? Okay. Oh, I'm going to say, maybe you had a question.
I just have a comment because, Shane, I appreciate, bringing things to veteran teachers that can help them keep their license and stuff. And I think this is what our focus should be, is that lowering when there's frustration and you have a lot of experience or you actually have college hours already, that we have these opportunities. So I just want to put a positive on this and say I'll be voting yes on it. So.
Yes, there was something you said and then I lost it. Okay. I've got to get this fixed during break, so I apologize. Okay, all in favor? Okay, and that passes. Thank you.
Thank you for
Appreciate
your time,
it, sir.
Madam Chair.
Where are we at? We'll get a break. Okay, we are going to take a 10-minute break. We will return according to the clock on the wall at 11:27. I do want to announce, and I apologize for failing to do so, that number 8 on acting on the Kansas Association of Broadcasters for summer meals did fail. That motion did fail, so I'm sorry I didn't fully announce that. Up next, we have the state assessments with Beth Foltz, the director here at KSDE, so I'll turn it over to her.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins, Commissioner Watson, and state board members. I guess a point of personal privilege that I have to remember to wear my heels more often. I can see over the top of the screen. How's that? I know. Next time you'll have a, yeah, so. Okay, so I just want to let you all know that we launched, we're in our second week of state assessment testing, right? I'll go through the end of April. We'll do virtual testing the beginning of May. So everything's going well. If you get phone calls from any of your constituents with any issues with state testing, please don't hesitate to call us. We have Susan Martin is sitting back here from University of Kansas running our program, and we certainly want to be on top of any issues that you're aware of. So this time of year, it's like, why do we give state tests? And the one we're getting most right now is, why is it a new test? Nothing's changed. And so I just wanted to take us back a little in time, a little bit, to kind of refresh your memory of what we're going through and why we have this revised and enhanced assessment. So as we've tried to share with you over the course of several months, developing a test is not something that you just do on the spur of the moment or the fly. It takes a lot of planning, a lot of work to make sure everything's okay. So if we go back, it seems like an eternity to me, and we've been talking about this, but our contract is nearing the end of its 5th year with KU to develop this assessment. And the end of the contract was to produce this revised and enhanced test. Why did we make that decision 5 years ago, right? Because at the time, I'll go back in your mind, we had, we were bombarded with comments from teachers and administrators that the test was too long. The test was just taking too much class time, and they weren't getting as much information as they wanted from the test for the amount of time they were spending on it. So and then we also thought in the contract, well, if this is taking 5 years, we've already given the test for 5 years. At the end of 10 years, the items are just old. They're just tired. They need refreshed. They need enhanced, right? And so we took the opportunity to go back through the standards, to reprioritize what's important for students. Of course, in that time period, technology, can you even remember like what your cell phone was 10 years ago till today? Is a very different time, right? So more technology enhanced items, more opportunities for students to demonstrate in multiple ways how they can be successful. Another thing that we learned over that time is that when we measure reading and English language arts, that it really needs to be contextual, right? So we moved from just isolated questions, and we haven't done this for a long time, but so this is just illustrative only. But it would be like to read a sentence and pick out the verb. Like, we don't do that anymore, okay? That's like really, maybe that's useful. It is useful, right? Kids need to know how to pick the verb out of a sentence. I would never say it wasn't useful. But on the state assessment, we're at a higher level. We're like wanting them to know that they can comprehend possibly what that action is telling them to do. It's passage-based now, right? We're not asking those isolated standalone questions anymore. They read a passage and they answer questions that relate to the context of what they're doing. We've heard, and Dr. Greenman will share later, that there's this real interest in knowing what we call vertical alignment in the psychometric world, right? And we talked about that. So what does a score mean in 3rd grade compared to 4th grade to 5th grade all the way to when they get to high school? So the new test will have some vertical alignment with it. And overall, it should just be a better experience for students and to provide more details to educators and parents on their performance. So that's why we're going to have a new test. Then what about the rest of this, right? Well, whenever you change what you're doing. And the key word with the U.S. Department of Education is significant. If you're making significant changes to your test, then you have to go back through this process called peer review. And I think when we had the presentation from the Technical Advisory Committee last month, she shared, all those important things. Is it valid? Is it reliable? Do we know it's measuring what we're measuring? And so then to go through this process, we need to look at the scores again and say, are the scores really measuring? Are we reporting out scores that are measuring what we expect of our students today, not back in 2015? May be very similar, it may not. I mean, that's why we go through the process to find that out. And then the other thing is we have had just so much over the last 10 years, whether it's your questions, whether it's parents' questions, whether it's educators' questions, whether it's the media questions, like, well, what do these performance levels mean? And so this is an opportunity that we'll be sharing with you a little bit later in the presentation to really talk about the performance levels, and then I'll come back tomorrow with a recommendation that then you can think about, and then we'll make some decisions next month on what that is. So like I said, we call it standard setting. It's really setting cut scores. So the confusing thing for all of us is when you talk about standards, it's like, well, which standards are you talking about? Because we all have a lot of standards that we meet, right? So this would be the cut score process. So just a brief refresher on this journey that we've been doing since last September. We talked about, the contract process, the need for a balanced system of assessments. We've spent a lot of time. We had an assessment conference that really focused on formative assessments, how the teachers in the classroom are making decisions on if students are learning or not. It shouldn't just be this last decision. You shouldn't be surprised. There should be very few surprises on the summative assessment that teachers don't anticipate because of the instruction they've been going through during the year. We talked about the test development process, how we've had the blueprint, we write the items, that whole thing we go through. You got to take a sample test. Now, it was just a sample of the items the students are looking at right now and answering. Last month, I had the Technical Advisory Committee presentation. We just met with them on Thursday and Friday to make sure that the process that you will hear about next month, that we will go through to actually set cut scores, meets all of the expectations to be fair, valid, and reliable. In June, we'll actually do the cut score setting, and then August, you'll make a decision and you'll set the new cut scores for probably the next 10 years. So it's a big responsibility, right, that you'll have when you do that. And then finally in September, I'll come back and demo some of the student reports, the parent reports, the reports that the teachers have. We'll probably actually have KU do that one because we'll want to show you all the new things that have been developed along with this. So today, the focus is on the Kansas Assessment Advisory Council. Now, what I'll say about this is although it's not by regulation a standing committee, so it's not like it doesn't have the regulation behind it that SEAC has, and you appoint members to SEAC, someone to the Career and Technical Education Advisory Committee. We also have an Assessment Advisory Council. And you're welcome if you want to make it a standing committee and appoint a member of your group to come to our meetings. That would be awesome. But we also realize your time limitations, and I think that's why it never made your official list of who you're appointing people to, but it's certainly that opportunity. So I just wanted to let you know about that. Our presenter today is Dr. Dan Grumman. He's the chair of the CAC. And I've worked with Dr. Grumman since I transitioned here in the agency in 2007 from doing teacher testing to student testing. So we have a relationship that goes back a long time, and I do want to just take this opportunity to publicly thank him for his dedication not only to the school district, he works in Shawnee Mission and the students there, but also all the students of Kansas. As a member of this committee, they take that responsibility very seriously to make sure that we're providing the best opportunities for students to be able to demonstrate their knowledge and skills. So Dr. Grumman received his undergraduate degree from the University of Northern Iowa, and he began his career in Shawnee Mission almost 30 years ago as a high school math teacher. He taught geometry, calculus, differential equations. I'm sure you all took that class. I don't know. I don't think I did, so I don't know. And programming. And at the same time, he earned his master's degree in math from Emporia State University. He transitioned from the classroom in 2006 to coordinator of assessments in Shawnee Mission, and during that time he earned his doctorate in education leadership and policy studies from the University of Kansas. Dr. Grumman is currently the Director of Assessment and Research in Shawnee Mission, and he's held that position since 2008. So he brings a wealth of experience to this, and I'm very happy to have worked with him all these years. So I'll let him do the presentation, then we'll take questions.
I hope I'm not blushing. Thank you. Wow. Thank you, Beth, Dr. Watson, Madam Chair. Thanks for the invitation to speak this morning. Members of the board, my name is, as noted, Dan Grumman. I'm here representing the Kansas Assessment Advisory Council to present on our role in relation to the Kansas assessment programs, with a special focus on some of the recommendations for the enhanced Kansas assessments starting in 2025, this year and beyond. The Kansas Assessment Advisory Council originally began many years ago with a group of district test coordinators gathering mostly informally to collaborate on topics related to state-required testing. The group was formally recognized and named in 2003 when they began to meet regularly with KSDE staff and vendors most closely tied with the Kansas assessment development. And the CAC was further formalized as an advisor group when bylaws were proposed and approved by the group in 2013. The CAC represents districts of all sizes, geographic areas, and school types, including urban, suburban, rural, public, accredited, parochial, and special purpose schools. We have approximately 33 members representing scores of years of experience as district test coordinators. This is my 29th year as an employee in education. I hadn't done the math on my total years in education if I go back to formative years yet, but obviously I'm reading from paper notes. I've been around for a little while. Collectively, like the Board of Education districts, our membership seeks to reflect the voices of all Kansas teachers and students. The CAC officially meets 5 to 6 times a year, and we also stay connected throughout the school year as special needs come up or questions from the agency come up as they might need some feedback from the members on. This is a quick overview of topics the Kansas Assessment Advisory Council has reviewed, discussed, provided feedback on in recent years. Of course, the central theme is around the Kansas assessment system. However, we also provide feedback on adjacent topics such as KISA, the accreditation system, graduation rate calculations and that timeline, and data review and validation timelines related to various accountability reports. In addition to providing feedback to the agency and the assessment partners, including test development experts and assessment platform developers at KU, our members assist with training and creating materials which support new district test coordinators, as well as for veteran test coordinators who need to stay apprised of the latest updates. We also assist the agency in conducting test security monitoring visits, which are not only required for that federal peer review as mentioned, but they also support our assurances that the Kansas assessments are valid and reliable. And I love going out and to visit other districts to see how they manage their state assessment system, as well as just making connections with other district test coordinators from other areas. For example, I was at the Kansas School for the Blind a couple of weeks ago to observe testing there and had a wonderful experience. So that's the background and information in a nutshell. On the next several slides, I'm going to provide an overview of our timeline and some of our thought process that's leading to our latest recommendations, the CAC's latest recommendations for the enhanced state assessments that students are currently taking. And we are in the middle of like the busiest 3 weeks of Kansas assessments. My email inbox is sort of in a steady hum right now at this point, especially on a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. These are very popular testing days, especially in the mornings. As I look back at our CAC agendas for this presentation, we formally began to consider recommendations almost 2.5 years ago, and the agenda item dates back to October of 2022. So we've been thinking about this for a long time. In that initial year, our areas of emphasis for further thought and discernment could be summarized into 4 different areas. We had a lot of thought and reflection about what the state of the current assessment system is. So in those 4 areas, here's what we had lots of conversation around. One is clearly defining the term proficient, encouraging some vertical scaling, and I'll go into a little bit greater detail on that later. Ensuring that the performance cell level descriptions clearly reflect what the assessments measure, okay? And then considering the pros and cons of changing the number of performance levels, maybe from 4 to 3 or 5 or perhaps even 6. I'm going to attempt to summarize many of the CAC's collective thinking leading up to up to the recommendations that you're going to see coming forward. Beginning with that last item first. Believe it or not, we had lots of healthy debates about the number of performance levels and whether a different number of levels, say 3 or 5 or 6 or even 8, would be any more actionable than 4. I'm going to check that one off the list first, as the CAC did not have a consensus on, like, for example, if we change the number of levels from 4, what would that optimal number be? So therefore, I'm going to focus my time on the other 3 recommendations. That one just sits in the parking lot. So going back in time to 2015, the performance level descriptors substantially changed after that No Child Left Behind era. First, we attempted to remove the term proficient from our, what I would say is our statewide vocabulary, because proficient was heavily used prior to that. At the same time, we attempted to provide greater clarity to the 4 levels with those objectives: limited, basic, effective, excellent. Okay. Despite our attempt to move away from that term proficient, the federal regulations, even from 2015 through today, continue to require states to hold their schools accountable for a percent proficient. So that word still lives in the background. So the concept of proficient has always lingered in the background, and that boundary for federal reporting has always had to be between the level 2 and level 3. I also took the liberty of checking the building report cards for all 50 states. A fine Sunday afternoon activity for an empty nester. At least 48 of the 50 states still use the term proficient in their performance level descriptors, and most states have 4 levels. Okay, there's some with 5, a few with 6, but the majority have 4 levels in their systems. Through these findings and some historical reflection, the CAC recommends a return to and embrace of the word proficient within the performance level descriptors. You'll also notice that the original descriptors from 2015 emphasized college and career readiness. So when standard setting occurred in 2015, the teacher teams at each grade level were asked to determine to what extent did student success on certain items indicate readiness for college and career. So these levels are what are used as the basis for the standard setting that will happen in June. Sometime between 2015 and 2024, the descriptors were adjusted slightly from college and career to post-secondary, which I think is more inclusive of the student options after high school. Looking back, with hindsight being 2020, you may remember there was a lot of consternation of whether you could tell parents of an elementary or middle school child whether the child was actually college and career ready. Despite our best efforts, there has been some overemphasis on the terms college and career or post-secondary readiness as a binary trait, right? As though there was a point of no return in the data. You were either ready or not ready, versus the continuum of risk described through limited, basic, effective, and the excellent objectives that we're really have been working to highlight, especially in the last few years. Further highlighting the need for change from our previous performance level descriptions, we do know that teachers and school leaders have felt the need to make some kind of distinction between post-secondary readiness and being on grade level. So it can be a tough pill to swallow to hear that your child is, quote, on grade level, but they're maybe not on track for college or career or post-secondary success. So there's that conversation that has been happening in the background. And as we're reminded by the series of graphs that Dr. Watson, Dr. Proctor, and a number of other staff have presented over the last few years, it is the continuum that is the most important. As we all know, this has been an ongoing challenge with some individuals and organizations who do choose to misuse and weaponize their students' data as an absolute rather than as a continuum of skills or degree of risk. We have also learned a lot more about post-secondary readiness that we're beginning to emphasize and measure in other ways. Post-secondary readiness consists of a myriad of combinations of academic and non-academic skills and experiences. The most pronounced recognition of this shift is the board's adoption of the new graduation requirements to include post-secondary assets and selection of electives that aligned with individual plans of study. We would posit that the culmination of mastery of the Kansas standards as a body of work in combination with other experiences and achievements does support that path toward post-secondary readiness. However, each grade level state assessment as a standalone measure in a single point in time does not by itself point directly to post-secondary readiness. So it's the CAC's recommendation that we need to be clear about what a single grade level assessment measures, and that it measures a student's ability to demonstrate their knowledge and skills of the grade level standards. Okay, one of the items that you saw listed was CAC's recommendation to address that, what I've referred to as vertical scaling. So this is a graph of, this graph is an example of what I mean by this. As a state and across our districts, we encourage goal setting at all levels, right? Statewide, the district level, the school level, in our classrooms, and most importantly, with each individual student. We want our students to set rigorous yet attainable goals launching from their current performance. This slide shows statewide performance in Kansas assessments, and I just used ELA as an example, and we followed students from grade 5, that top bar, grade 5 in 2021, to grade 6 in 22, to grade 7 in 23, and then finally to grade 8 from last year. If you're a 5th grade student scoring in that lower portion of level 3, so looking at the top, say the left portion of that green bar on their state assessments, is scoring at least a level 3 in grade 6 or even grade 7 or even grade 8 attainable if we're following that vertical trajectory. The same question applies to students scoring in that lower portion of level 2 or that gray area, or even following level 4s in the blue area. So our districts administer a variety of other assessments in addition to the Kansas assessment, and really no other assessments that we will work with exhibit this kind of characteristic. So members of the CAC have been troubled by some evidence here that limited, basic, effective, and excellent do not appear to carry the same implications from one grade level to the next. Okay. Here's just another example from ELA and following grade 7 in 2021 to grade 8 in 22, ending with grade 10 in 2024 because there is no assessment at 9th grade. Okay. And in this instance, despite the fact that, yes, 35 to 37% are scoring in level 1, which is concerning, the consistency gives me some confidence that the word limited carries the same meaning through those 3 grade levels. But yet again, we see some of that inconsistency following that boundary between level 2 and level 3, between basic and effective. So this concern with vertical alignment also appears in math as well as science. So CAC members, in combination with the experts from KU and KSDE, discussed several paths forward for this concern. For example, if we wanted to achieve true statistical vertical progression, we would have to make the test much longer so that we had above and below grade level items. And I don't recall anyone in the room in the CAC meeting applauding that type of approach. Nobody voted for that, so that would be increase the footprint a lot. So the approach that we had a consensus on was allowing and encouraging KSD, KU staff to try to remedy some of this through that standard setting process. And I look forward to hearing more about this next week. And there are some structures that will be in place that help to help, I think, teams find more common meaning, I suppose, across each of those definitions, so that we have some better understanding of those definitions from one grade level to the next. So circling back to our list, okay, here's where we landed so far. The consensus from CAC is that we need to have performance level descriptors that clearly describe what the assessments measure, okay? That bringing proficient back into the daylight would help in some of that regard, okay? Continuing with those 4 performance levels is acceptable with no further action needed on the number of levels. And finally, with clearly defined levels, in combination with some procedural adjustments in standard setting, we're optimistic that the new standard setting process this summer will yield better consistency in the cut score distributions from one grade level to the next. So after much ado, here are the 4 performance level descriptors recommended by the Kansas Assessment Advisory Council in collaboration with KSDE staff, informed by our local district experiences, small, medium, large, urban, rural, suburban. And I think also with the input from the Technical Advisory Council, I believe they've also had a chance to review and provide feedback on these. So here is how you would read those descriptors. If I'm a 3rd grade student in math, a student in level 1 shows a limited ability to demonstrate their knowledge and skills of 3rd grade math standards, okay? A student at level 2 shows a basic ability to demonstrate their knowledge and skills of 3rd grade math standards. A student at level 3 shows a proficient ability to demonstrate their knowledge and skills of 3rd grade math standards. And a student at level 4 shows an advanced ability to demonstrate their knowledge and skills of 3rd grade math standards. And that is all I have. I'll stand for questions or discussion.
Yeah, my thing's still not working, so Betty?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your presentation. I am curious about, I'm going to keep it to 2 things, if I may. I'm curious about, first of all, you were saying that most states have 4 levels. Has that always been the case? Do you know?
Yeah, I didn't have an opportunity to look back on the history of that. I do know when I looked at it a year or so ago, that's where everyone was.
Okay.
Yeah, I would have
Not
had
sure.
to track
That's
it.
fine. That's fine. I was just curious. The other thing that I'm wondering, and this comes up frequently for me, I often hear that if a 3rd grade student is not really proficient in reading, that does in turn impact how they're scoring in the area of math particularly, that the word problems tend to be more of a challenge for them than non-word problems. And I don't know how, I've asked it a couple times, I don't know how that's factored in.
Yeah, I would say with any, it's difficult to disentangle literacy from any other subject, whether you're talking about science, history, government. It's really difficult to disentangle those things. Certainly in math, there are some computation questions, some basic numeracy types of questions, especially if you're looking at the 3rd or 4th grade level. But it is difficult to disentangle those things.
I wondered about that. That's just always been a challenge, but thank you.
I will say one of the modifications that was added is that text-to-speech is now a universal feature on the state assessment right now. That's one of the opportunities that the agency and that we're able to take in being able to make these modifications is that we've tried to remove some of that barrier because of the text-to-speech being universal right now. Math and science, by the way. Thank you.
Melanie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Grumman, I can only imagine that you had lengthy conversations about the meaning of the word effective and how effective, proficient, like what did those conversations look like? Was there heated debate? I really want to unpack, because proficient, I mean, as you talked about, it is used in many places, and we have tried to shy away from it, and now we're saying, okay, we're going to return to using that. So can you talk a little bit more about the conversation in the room?
Yeah, I think the prominent piece is that there was really no escaping from the term proficient, because it's it's used at the federal accountability level. There was no escaping that term. It's sort of the common term that's used across all states. So by not using it, we start to confound those definitions of, is effective versus proficient. Do they mean the same thing or do not? If you're going to use a different word, they're inevitably going to be treated differently.
And if I can step into that with you, I looked up in a really quick, just Google search, so to speak, of effective versus proficient. And one of the things that stuck out to me was that on effective, this, whatever, said it really describes things more than people. And that kind of caught my eye. So if a person is proficient but describing a treatment or a policy as being effective, so it was separating in these definitions anyway. So that kind of hit me because I was questioning as well. So that part was like, okay, if that's a reality, then that actually makes sense to use proficient when we're talking about people and not a policy or a treatment or something like that. So just.
I'm good for now. I can let somebody else go. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, Connie.
Yes, I have a question that was asked of me to ask. If you're in a special ed classroom and you have different levels there, do they take the grade level they're supposed to take, or are they given a different type of testing for the 8th and, all those grades?
So 99% of, the students will take the test that's assigned to their grade level. So a 4th grade student, for example, would not be taking a 3rd grade state assessment. Now, a small percentage, up to about 1% statewide, will take an alternate assessment. But in either case, they're being measured on grade level standards.
So that means like they should be an 8th grade student, but they're only at the 3rd grade level. So they're taking the 8th grade testing?
They're still going to be measured against the 8th grade standards.
So does that change, I guess, how it figures out in the end? Or, I'm just kind of curious.
Right. So for one, I believe one is, I think that's, my understanding is that's how it's legislated, or there's some regulations tied in there, question mark. But the other piece is we still want to have high expectations for students, right? If a student is in the 8th grade, they're probably going to proceed to 9th grade, 10th grade, and at some point they're going to graduate out. So we still need to measure where they are with respect to grade level standards at some point. So we might, through an intervention process, progress monitor off grade level, because we want to know if they're growing, if they're accelerating, but we always still want to measure that grade level standard spot.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Beryl.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Grumman. I appreciate this early report on your work. I have 2 questions. One, as you said, you had studied other states. Are these surrounding states, and are they the same population as Kansas, maybe with the same type of statewide suggested curriculum? And then I'll have a second question.
Right, yeah. I didn't go into that level of detail. The 2 questions I was asking as I was looking through these were number of performance levels, right? And then how did they describe their levels? And so the question I was really looking for is, did they describe their level of proficiency as proficient, or were they using some other terminology as I was going through there? So great question, though. But
just wondering how we're measuring ourselves. And,
it was more of a survey type of exploration.
Certainly. My second question, I know maybe for the past 12 to 15 years we've been looking at our students who are not native English speakers and how they might be represented on tests that are typically strictly in English, when intellectually they may be able to perform at an excellent level, but yet because of the language barrier, it doesn't show. So I was just wondering if the committee had considered that.
Yeah, it's certainly an ongoing challenge that the CAC has had conversations about. I don't know that we've had come up with strong recommendations other than, there's this acknowledgement that there are some challenges, not only with students with disabilities, but also with students whose first language is not English. And also to add on to that, when a student scores at the fluent level, then they exit out. And so they, at some point so that group of students is always perpetually, English language learners. It'd be like for students with disabilities, if they no longer show a need for those supports, then they might exit from that support. So that is a bit of a dilemma with those groups that we have to acknowledge.
Millie?
I was waiting to ask it because I wasn't quite sure where it fits. But we know that students are taking a lot of tests.
Mm-hmm.
And so you talked about the opportunity, hey, we could give more tests to see if we can, did you talk at all about giving fewer tests? And to Dr. New's point, the KELPA is something that I've gotten a lot of feedback about how much time teachers at the high school level in particular are spending giving those tests. And the longer a student is not considered proficient in the English language, then the more of those tests they're going to take.
Mm-hmm.
So did you factor any of that at all?
Yeah, I mean, we are all very testing footprint conscious, right? But I'd say at the same time, we still, the KELPA is what we use to measure English language acquisition. So I do think one of the areas that we could shore up is in that communication with and I'm only speaking for ourselves, but communication with our students, especially as they get older, because sometimes you're dealing with some of the motivational pieces, and to say, hey, if you score high on this test, you can exit, and sometimes students miss that, or we might assume they already know, and we have to remind them from year to year. So that's one area I think we could shore up, but we're all very test footprint.
Thank you. And thank you for spelling out what KELPA was. I should have done that. My apologies, Board. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Anybody else? Okay, and Dr. Watson have comment?
Dan, thank you, and thanks for the CAC. It's a trusted advisory group for many years of practitioners. I think, for the board and for the public, that maybe people think that Beth and me and Ben sit in a room and just concoct things. We really try to listen to, teachers. And it started off by Beth saying, back 10 years ago, teachers said, this test is too long. The reason, as Dan said, it was long is for us to give us more information. But when we shrunk it, then that vertical alignment gets a little off. These descriptors are for the public and parents to understand. It's not the scores that Beth's talking about. Those get set this summer that will then be applied to those levels, but they're not one and the same. And, you can easily become confused in that you're going to set a score that's going to say, well, that's level 1. That's level 2. That's, you'll have a recommendation from people, but that's what you'll do. And so I just want, Dan, thank you for all your work.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to slip in our last one before lunch here. Dr. Frank Harwood about cash balances.
All right, so I know that lunch is next, so I can go as fast as you want, but I can also I'll be happy to stay as long as you need for questions. So we're going to talk a little bit about cash balances, and mostly it's because it got talked about in the legislature quite a bit, and it comes up every once in a while, and I think it's important for the board to understand what cash balances mean, but then also how they get misused. And so the first part is that we talk about cash balances on what amount of money is in a fund on July 1st. And we do that because that's the beginning of the fiscal year. So we're going to talk a little bit about levied funds, and the problem with that is that they're on a tax year, which is a calendar year, which is then going to make a difference in how much money you need to have around. So all we're going to talk about is what this is on July 1 of each year. And so really what you have is that the beginning cash balance is what was left over from June 30th, the day before. So the balances vary during the fiscal year. So just because you have a cash balance on July 1, you're going to spend it down. So that cash balance may seem really high on July 1, and for some funds it does, but later in the year it may seem really low, but we don't look at that because we look at it year to year. So one way cash balances can be, I guess, useful is by looking at the cash balance from year to year. Is it going up or is it going down? If it's going down, you're spending more than you're taking in. If it's going up, you're taking in more than you're spending. So just like you have a savings account or your checking account, if the balance goes up, you have more leeway to spend. If it's going down, you need to be looking at making adjustments if that's the case. So cash balances have been a flashpoint. So if you go back to like 2008, when they were putting in legislation to spend down cash balances and that cash debt balances were bad, anybody who's run a business understands if you don't have a cash balance, you are in trouble at some point. And cash flow becomes an issue for you. So we're going to talk about that as well. It came up again in the legislature this year that we'll talk about a little bit. So the way I'm going to talk about cash balances, I'm going to put them into four categories for you. The first one is capital funds, and those can only be used on capital expenditures. Well, there are two of those. The next ones are levied funds, and the importance of levied funds is that local school boards set a tax levy to collect the funds, and then that has a certain set of circumstances to go with that. And then operational funds are what most people are going to talk about as what cash balances are. So these are the ones that, and we'll get to examples. And then the other ones are special purpose funds, which have a specific purpose. Some of them make it so that they're not as easy to talk about in that way. So when we look at it, as of July 1 of 2024, which was the beginning of this fiscal year, there were $2.88 billion in cash balances, which is a lot of money. The problem is that that number doesn't tell the whole story, and we'll get into why that is for each of them. So districts report 34 different cash balances. And this report is on Data Central, so anybody can go out at any time and get cash balances for, I don't know how many years back it'll go, and you can look at any of them. So they're readily available. So nobody's hiding them anywhere, which is what a lot of times what comes up, because they've always been available. And these are the 34 of them. I'm going to talk about the ones in blue before I move on, because these are kind of the special ones. I'll start with general fund. General fund, if things go right, has a zero cash balance on June 30th into July 1. And the reason for that is that's what the law says. If there's anything in there, it's typically something went wrong, like the county gave the district money later than they should have and it didn't get recaptured, or they didn't code something right. And so some of those get fixed as they start doing their closeout and get audited. Federal funds are another one that are hard to track because this is the only cash balance that can be negative. So when you look at these for districts, some are positive, some are negative. So we don't really, it's hard to keep track of that one as much. And the reason for that is that you can have a negative cash balance as long as you have cash somewhere else if you are drawing down funds. So this will be, because you do this, this is a reimbursement, you spent the money in June, you have a negative cash balance, you're waiting for reimbursement, you don't get it till July, so that's why it's negative. Food service is another one that's different. Food service is limited to 3 months of operating costs, and it's all federal funds or student fees. So that's why we really don't count that as an operational fund. Food service is an operation, but it's kind of on its own, and it has very different rules. Some districts actually do put general fund or supplemental general fund in to supplement food service. But again, you can't have more than 3 months of operating funds there. Gifts and grants are exactly what it sounds like. These could be donations that people give. So we don't necessarily know where those are coming from, so we don't talk about those. Sometimes it could be somebody gives a school a gift or a grant that has a specific purpose, so it's a tie to it. So you can look at those. It doesn't tell you very much. Some of those you try to build up over time for a bigger expenditure later on, so it's a little bit different. School retirement is zero. It's no longer used anymore. We're looking at taking it off, so there's no cash balance there. Special reserve, we probably ought to change the name of it. Most districts use this if they are partially self-funded in health insurance. So what they are doing is they are taking health insurance premiums from working with their staff, they're depositing in this, and then they have some agreement with whoever their umbrella coverage is with that they have to pay so much and then they get to catastrophic. So this is really just like an insurance fund in most cases. CAPER special retirement should always be zero because funds get deposited in there on one day and have to be taken out within minutes by state law because districts are forbidden from collecting interest on CAPER's payment. So it's always zero. Activity funds are student group funds. So these are not even considered district funds. So this would be if the cross-country club does a fundraiser, that would be there. So that's, again, why we don't count those as district funds. No fund warrants is currently zero, and that's a good thing. A district has a no fund warrant if they don't have enough money to pay their bills. They can do a special taxing levy to collect those funds to pay bills, and then they have to pay them back. All right, so basically you take out a loan from the taxpayers to fund things. If a district gets to a no fund warrant, there's a problem. So currently it's all zero, that's a good thing. And then special education co-ops we're not going to talk about because even though these get reported in a sponsoring district's line, they're not the district's funds or the co-op's funds. So we kind of put those in with interlocal funds instead, so we're not going to talk about those today. Any questions about just any of those, and we'll get to the rest of them. All right. So all of these total $429 million. So now we're down to 2.4 or some billion dollars. The next fund we're going to talk about are capital funds. And again, this is only capital outlay and bond and interest. They can only be used on capital expenditures. And this is actually 1.5 billion of the $2.8 billion. It's by far the biggest portion, and there's a reason for that. These two funds, their July 1 cash balance will typically be more than 100% of the revenues. And the reason for that is the way tax disbursements come about. These are both levied funds. So I'll take bond and interest because it's the bigger one. A district on July 1, they only get, well, it's the biggest tax distributions are on January and June. It comes in May and into June. The district has to have all of their bond payment in the bank on July 1 that they're usually going to make in the fall, plus whatever reserves they want to have there so that they can mitigate the mill levies going on there. So bond and interest is going to be more than 100% of the revenues on July 1. So that's one that can be really misleading about a cash balance. If you think that's the extra money, no, that's whatever you want to keep there plus your upcoming payment. Capital outlay, I kind of do this on both sides. So capital outlay, one of the issues that capital outlay has increased is because of property and casualty insurance. Probably in your own home, you've heard about property and casualty insurance. What a lot of the insurance companies are doing is moving to your deductible is a percentage of the value of the building. And whereas a while ago, you could get, if there was like if a tornado came through, it would be one event and they would cover all your buildings. Now it's per building per event. And so districts are increasing their capital outlay cash balances because they are self-funding their deductibles to keep their premiums lower, which is a operational expense. The other thing that happens in capital outlay is districts save up money over time for bigger projects, to the point where we've had districts actually build buildings out of capital outlay after they've saved up enough money. So that can get kind of confusing. If it has a big balance, that's a question for the board and the district what's your plan? And spite of it could be growing because we have to, because we just don't know what's going to happen. The other thing is you have to have money on hand in case a boiler goes out or HVAC system goes out or all those kinds of things. And the bond and interest I talked a little bit about already. So it's got two tax distribution dates. So July 1, you have to have all the money you're going to have for the year, basically, because then you're going to make a payment. It's going to come back out. All right, so next are levied funds. And the reason that levied funds are important is that this is the local school board is doing a levy. So general fund, I talked about that one. There's that 20 mil levy, but that comes to the state before it goes back out. So I'm not counting that one as a levied fund. The only one of these funds that's equalized is supplemental general fund, but here are all the levied funds. And so you see supplemental general fund is by far the largest one, which makes sense because that's the largest amount of money goes through there. And so all levied funds have a specific purpose. So even for LOB or supplemental general, you can only spend whatever percentage of your general fund your board approved. It doesn't matter how much money is in here. You can only spend what is approved or your legal max. What happens then is that if you have more money in there, it carries over, which will impact your tax levy the next year. And so that's the next part of what we talk about, is that you have to have a levy in there, one, because of delinquent taxes. So, or the other thing we're seeing more of is if you have tax appeals. So what happens sometimes is a very large taxpayer wins a tax appeal maybe from 3 or 4 years ago, and school districts have to pay back the taxes that now are not considered that they didn't owe. And so having some cash balance there keeps it from the next year. You're saying, okay, I've got to triple my mill levy to cover the cost of that I had to pay these other funds back. So having funds in there is important, mostly for delinquent taxes and then successful tax appeals. The other issue with this is that the taxing year is a calendar year, and fiscal year is July to June. So that just kind of makes things different. With you get your big payments in January and July, and then a couple more in September and October. In some of these cases, you keep getting delinquent taxes for years afterwards. So you can be getting in 2025, you might be still collecting 22 taxes because somebody may have filed an appeal and didn't pay their taxes, and it's a penalty. So you just kind of never know that. So that's why we don't think these levied funds, cash balances, they don't count the same way, because districts just can't use them however they want. They have specific purposes, and you need to have some money in there. So that brings us to the operation funds. And so there's $854 million in the operation funds. And these are all the ones we consider operations. So I'm going to talk about 2 of them, or actually 3 of them specifically. At the very bottom, textbooks and student revolving materials funds. This one is a little tricky because if a district charges fees like textbook rental and those kinds of things, those funds go into here. So some of these are student fees that can't be used for anything else. Districts also make deposits into there from general fund. One of the reasons for do that, if you're going to buy an ELA curriculum adoption, that's the most expensive one. And so sometimes you save up for 5 or 6 years to get to that one, and you try to have math and ELA on the opposite ends of your cycle, and that way your balances increase until you do that one, and then they go down, and then you go through that. So where you're at in the cycle makes a big difference. And again, some of those funds are student fees. Contingency reserve is really the one fund that is completely a fund that the district can use for anything that the board determines as a contingency. So it's not budgeted. It is there just in case something happens. So a few years ago, when we had the polar vortex and natural gas prices shot up, many districts had to declare that a contingency and pay heating bills out of contingency reserve. So when you talk about what most people think of is just kind of like a savings account, that is the one place that's really what it is. The rest of them, once money goes into something like the preschool at risk or the at-risk K-12, once it goes in, you can only spend it on specified allowances. Now, there is a way that then you say, well, if I have some reserve in, we'll say I have some reserve in professional development, and I have these expenses, I may pay more of them out of the reserve and not transfer as much because something else is going on. So having those reserves gives you some flexibility if other things happen during the year. So the for 24-25, so this would be the school year that we're talking about, the supplemental and general fund, or the operating revenues, were $5.8 billion for schools. And the cash balance moving in operations was $854 million. So that's a 15.7% operational cash balance. So you get the question all the time, so what's the right amount? Well, legislative studies have said it's 15%. I mean, so 15 to 20% is what we kind of talk to districts about. If you get below 10, you're going towards trouble. If you get above 20, you probably need to start thinking about why are you doing that, and should you be looking at doing something else? So our cash balance and operational funds are really right on track. There are a couple of ones I want to talk about, which would be special education. But, and I'll talk about that in a minute, the more certainty school districts have about cash flow and funding streams, the less reliant you are on cash balances. I will tell you, having been a chief operations officer in 2008, when we got told during the year that we were getting cut in the middle of the year, folks that were around then want to make sure you have cash balances, because that year we had to make, we weren't going to get the money we were told we were going to get. And so some of the more experienced folks probably tends towards making sure they have healthier cash balances just in case. Now, we aren't in that situation now, but I want to talk a little bit about cash flow, because that's the important part for special education. So any questions about operation funds before I move on? Just a couple of examples. All right. Okay, so all right, so I just want to make sure that you understand how school districts have to work and why cash balances are so important. So in the general fund, in the previous year, so this is what people are doing now for next year, is that you're estimating enrollment and you're negotiating staff salaries. So you're deciding on staffing and you're deciding on pay. So you are figuring out what 85% of your budget is going to go for. But it's not till September that you actually start getting your preliminary budget numbers. So in the spring, you had to guess what that's going to look like. And then between January and April, we do audits. And in June, so the 12th month of the budget, you actually find out what your general fund and supplemental general fund revenues are. So if you were a business person and you didn't get to find out what your revenues are until the 12th month after all of your expenditures are done, you'd want to make sure you have some wiggle room in that. And that's what cash balances allow for. Sometimes what happens is you ended up with more revenue than you expected or lower costs, and cash balances might go up. Sometimes it's the other, and cash balances might go down. But if you don't have cash balances, that's when you have to go back and start talking about no fund warrants, which is a really bad thing to have to do. Special education is one that's even a little bit different. So same kind of thing in the past year. Right now they're looking at what do we expect to happen next year with staffing based on the students we have now. Then during the year, you have to adjust to whatever students show up and hope you can hire staff if you need them. You don't get your first special education payment until October, and the last one came in June. So from June to October, if all you're going to do is spend special education dollars, you need to have at least 25 to 30% of your expenses. So if we go back to the other slide, it was $243 million in special education cash balances. Special education costs last year were $1.2 billion. So we're actually less than 25% that you have to go through. So what that means is you're using other cash balances to make sure you get your payments going through there. So when people talk about this $243 million that the districts aren't spending on special education students, that is wrong. They are spending it on it. It's just that they got the money in June that they need to spend all through the first quarter. And that keeps going on. And that works okay as long as everything is kind of predictable. But because special education is probably the least predictable, you still need to have a cash balance so that you can adapt if you get a student that is particularly expensive moving forward. You will get reimbursed for that at some rate, but not until June. So that's what wanted to just kind of go through some of that. So for this reason, special education actually needs a higher than 15% cash balance. So when you look at that other one at 15.7, that's probably much more around 15%. So statewide, we're good. Now, that's not to say that there aren't districts out there that have cash balances that are too low or too high, especially when you get into each fund. Some districts are too high in one area than another. And we try to point that out to them when we do budget reviews. But it's still up to the local school board how that moves forward. And so we would encourage local school board members, when they get their budget that they approve, that they actually look at a cash balance sheet, because that is part of the budget that gets approved every year. And so with that, Madam Chair, I would be happy to stand for questions. If
Just
anybody
one
has
thought I had, while school's not in session, June through half of August, teachers are still getting paid monthly because they usually opt for the 12-month payment, correct?
So typically what happens with that is that the the teacher contract year is usually September through August.
Mhm.
Districts will count that as so their July and August paychecks are typically prior year, so you encumber those funds from the year before and pay them through. But yes, depends on the contract. Some will allow you to take all of yours on the last day of school. I knew people that did that and then had a lot of fun in June and not so much in August. We encourage younger teachers not to do that, but that's true. Same thing is true that the district has the expense of benefits all the way through. Yes.
Right. Plus the district administrative office runs
Yes.
most of the year. Okay. Any questions, Melanie?
Just a quick comment. I know that I pay a lot of attention to the Shawnee Mission Board meetings because that's where my children go to school, and they do regular budget workshops, which I find extremely helpful in understanding all of this. So I would encourage you, if this is something that you feel like you want to know more about, look to your local boards and I mean, go in person. I'm sure that their financial people will be happy to talk you through some of that. It's been very educational. Thank you.
I would just say don't go in June or July because that's when they are the busiest because they're closing out one year and trying to get the next one started. Try to go October is a good time to go talk to them.
Okay.
Ask one question.
Yes, sir.
What's the correlation between the cash balances and a school district's bond rating?
So a district has to get a bond rating when they're going to go out to sell bonds, and your cash balance is one of those things. It also looks at your assessed valuation, all those kinds of things. But if you have very little cash on hand, you will get a lower bond rating, and then you will cost the taxpayers more because your interest rate will be higher.
Good to know. Okay. All right. I think we're good. Thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry. Dennis, did you have something? No.
You would have to talk to the teacher. I'm just a guest speaker.
Yes, we will recess for an hour. Be back here at 1:30 to restart. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Okay, we are going to have a presentation today, The Power of Theater in Kansas Schools. I will give it over to Joyce Huser with KSDE to let us know what's going on.
Thank you, and thank you all of the Board of Education of Kansas. I'm here this afternoon to introduce to you a group representing the Kansas Thespians. They're consisting of the current thespian officers. I'd like to begin by introducing the chapter director-elect, Megan Upton-Tyner. Step forward, please. From Andover High School. She's been a dedicated co-advocacy coordinator for quite some time with thespians. And as a co-coordinator, she was responsible for Theater Advocacy Day at the State House, which occurs during the month of March. We also recognize March as Theater in Our Schools Month. We also have the following officers. Wyatt Angel from Salina Central High School. Step forward, please, or at least wave. Okay, wave is good. Along with Ashlyn Warren from Olathe West High School. Weston Widman from Washburn Rural High School. Kennedy Pence from Olathe North High School. Morgan Sponholtz from Lawrence Free State High School, and Ryan McConnell from Washburn Rural. He is actually the theater teacher there at Washburn Rural.
Hello everyone, my name is Wyatt Angel and I'm a junior at Salina Central High School. High school theater has been a core part of the arts for students for centuries. The International Thespian Society was established in 1929 and has brought high school and middle school students together to fulfill our oath, to perform my part as well as I can, to accept praise with criticism, with grace, to cooperate with my fellow thespians and work for the good of the troupe, and to share my love of theater. The Thespian Society has grown to have over 2.4 million students from around our country and the world. Every student from around the state practices and shares their craft through workshops led by industry professionals, connects with college representatives, and attempt to qualify and perform at the International Thespian Festival in our state festival. With different forms of technical design in various performance categories. To share a taste of those types of performances, please welcome Weston Widman and Addie Resch from Troop 6193.
To you for the greater to the Humane Society. You know, we receive a whole lot of flack here at the Humane Society saying we are insensitive to the needs of fish. We care a great deal about the fish. We understand that when you take a fish out of the water with the hook in its mouth, rub, rip it through its jaw, and take out a knife, cut it to its neck, and scrape the insides out, that fish feels that. Fish feel pain. They're just very, very subtle about expressing it. So please, join us in the growing number of Americans who prefer their fish in rivers and streams and not on a plate with tater tots. This is Beanie Fisk, speaking to you for the greater to the Humane Society. Thank you. Dad, I asked you to come to California with me. What do you want? What do you want? If I stayed here for the rest of my life, it wouldn't be enough for you. I've tried. I have tried to be the dutiful son, to maintain the image of a good son. I've commanded your presence on every conceivable occasion. Birthdays, Christmases, Thanksgivings, even that Thanksgiving when Carol was dying and I was staying with her in the hospital. You had no regard for what was really going on. My wife was dying. No doubt it's not terrible to want to see your son. It is terrible to want to possess him entirely and completely. You have resented everything you have ever given me. The orphan boy in you has resented everything. I'm sorry for your miserable childhood. When I was a kid and you told me those stories, I used used to go up to my room at night and cry. There's nothing I could do now. And it does not excuse everything. I am grateful to you. I also admire and respect you, and I stand in awe of what you have done with your life. I could never touch it. But it does not make me love you. And I wanted to love you. You hated your father. I saw what it did to you. I did not want to hate you. I came so close to loving you tonight. You don't know what it cost me to ask you to come to California with me. I could never stand in a room with you alone. Did you always think people were so mean? Goodbye, Dad. Thank you.
My goodness, we have some talented students here in Kansas. Good afternoon. My name is Megan Upton Tyner, and I am proud to be the theater instructor at Andover High School, USD 385 in Andover, Kansas. I am also the chapter director-elect for Kansas Thespians, and on behalf of Kansas Thespians, I want to thank you for allowing us to come and speak to you today about the essential nature of the theater arts and the skills and experiences that Kansas Thespians offers to Kansas students. I've been teaching theater both at the college and high school level for over 2 decades, and I witness every day what we are teaching and learning in the theater classroom will be a benefit to students well beyond their high school education. A recent report from LinkedIn placed creativity as the top skill as ranked by employers, stating, "The ability to be creative will set professionals apart in today's job market across disparate sectors and industries." Now, we know that students who participate in the theater arts are developing creativity, but they are also engaged in experiences that develop leadership skills, including strategy building, planning, and reflection. When preparing for a performance, students often face challenges that require them to problem solve and make decisions collaboratively. Whether it's brainstorming creative solutions to staging issues or coordinating group dynamics, these experiences teach students how to lead with confidence and adapt to changing circumstances. Theater is uniquely positioned to provide the skills and experiences necessary to successfully launch students into whatever comes next in their lives or careers. Over the next few minutes, you will hear from students who are actively benefiting from a theater education. Moreover, they are being provided with post-secondary assets through the Kansas Thespian Organization. I now turn it over to STO Ashlyn Warren.
Hello, I am Ashlyn Warren. I'm a junior at Olathe West High School, and theater has always been there for me. Theater has been my best friend for 10 years and ongoing, and as the Kansas Thespian student chair, it is my duty to supply this for other students. Memorizing lines becomes a way for students to connect with characters and convey a storyline. Communicating with directors and fosters a sense of professionalism that is unable to be captured elsewhere. And stepping out onto the stage opening night is tangible proof that a student's hard work is coming to fruition. Theater isn't just entertainment for students. It's a way for them to learn about real-life skills, about expressing their opinions and learning essential public speaking skills to be applied for future Kansas workforce. This includes multitasking and time management. The U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis reports that the arts and culture sector contributes $4.4 billion to our nation's economy, contributing more to our gross domestic product than industries such as construction. From the arts alone, $102.5 billion was generated last year due to dedicated students such as us, furthering our passion for the arts and bringing meaningful contributions to our society.
So Ashlyn did an amazing job of highlighting the impacts of the arts industry, but to illustrate how theater can help train a student for an occupation outside of the arts, I would like to share my experience. So after high school, I plan to go to college and study kinesiology and exercise science in hopes to become a personal trainer in health and fitness. Now, when you first compare the arts industry with the fitness industry, they might seem like two completely different worlds. But in reality, my involvement with theater has equipped me with skills that will serve me well in my pursuits beyond high school to become a personal trainer in health and fitness. Now, one of those skills One of those skills being discipline. In theater, you don't just show up and perform, right? You rehearse for months, memorizing lines, studying your character, refining your delivery, and sometimes even rehearsing intense choreography. And similarly, results in your fitness goals, they don't just happen overnight. Training your mind and your health requires consistency, commitment, and the ability to push through discomfort. So just as an actor must prepare for a show, a personal trainer must install discipline in their own personal fitness journey while helping their clients as well. And another skill would be resilience, and resilience is a big one in theater. So things don't always go the way we expect them to in theater. I know from experience that I've auditioned for many roles that I never got to play. But you learn to adapt, overcome, and keep going. In fitness, resilience is just as important. Progress is never easy or necessarily linear. There are sometimes setbacks, and at times there are moments of doubt. But just like theater teaches, achievement comes to those who recognizes those setbacks and recognizes those challenges and the discomfort and embraces them as an opportunity to grow. Another skill would be collaboration. No production that I've ever seen, I don't know about you guys, but I've never seen a production just happen by itself. I know that directors, students, stage crew, and actors all come together to make a vision come to life. Similarly, in fitness, a personal trainer will work closely with their clients in order to understand their unique needs to get them closer to their goals. And a final skill that I have is inspiration, or the ability to inspire others, or this could be leadership, however you want to put it. Just as actors move audiences with their performances, personal trainers inspire clients to take control of their health, strengthen their confidence, and push past the limits. The presence and involvement that I have with theater will allow me to bring these skills to my clients, helping them not only just achieve their goals, but to truly believe in themselves and their capability of success. So with all that being said, while theater and fitness might seem like two completely different walks of life, the skills present through both subjects are the same. Now, these skills can help any student in any area beyond high school. Because of my involvement with theater, I can use these skills to help others take center stage of their own life, stronger, healthier, and more confident than before. Thank you.
Weston did a good job connecting his future goals to theater education. Kansas Thespians has so much to offer in high school and post-secondary plans. My name is Kennedy Pence. I am a sophomore at Olathe North High School, and I am the State Thespian Officer Vice Chair. Unlike the others speaking today, I focused more on the backstage elements, specifically stage management and costuming. Being backstage offers the same opportunities as being on stage. The ResearchGate group from ResearchGate.net analyzed data from a theater conservatory program for ages 5 to 18, and it revealed significant growth in creativity, problem solving, initiative, communication, and collaboration over multiple semesters. As a stage manager, I collaborate with actors, technicians, and directors. I am quick to problem solve during rehearsal and performances. Being a stage manager requires teamwork and quick thinking and a level head. Being a stage manager has prepared me for future situations, challenging projects, work requirements, interpersonal communication with peers and future employers. Costume design is my other thespian and theater interest. I plan to go into costume design or fashion design, and this year, I made a dress for Olathe North's production of Hairspray the Musical, and I had about 2 weeks to make this dress. I then took it to Kansas Thespian Festival, and I got a superior rating. In the digital age, sewing and constructing clothing is rare but valuable. I not only have these skills from Kansas Thespians in theater, but it has helped me prepare for my future career. A research report from National Endowment for the Arts shows participation in the arts positively correlates with greater academic achievements, high school graduation, and post-graduation outcomes. I have seen these improvements through me and Kansas Thespians. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Morgan Sponholtz, and I'm a junior at Lawrence Free State High School, a second-year state thespian officer. I've been doing theater for 8 years. Kennedy and Wes explored some of the individual benefits of theater and theater education, but thespians are preparing students for our employers and supporting our communities as well. I'm often asked why I continue performing even though I don't want to pursue it beyond high school. In response, I showcase its parallels to real-world jobs and the valuable soft skills it has taught me. I've learned time management, collaboration, leadership, and humble acceptance of criticism, which are attractive to employers and set me up for success in the classroom. Adding Kansas Thespians to the list of approved post-secondary assets will encourage students to explore a multitude of interests in high school while still providing them with the skills and achievements PSAs look to facilitate. Currently, performing arts are not explicitly mentioned on the list, ignoring the hard work of many students and sweeping their achievements under the rug. By including Kansas Thespians, the board incentivizes students to pursue all of their unique areas of interest. We know that students who feel like they belong to a group do better academically, and a study done by the University of California showed that over 80% of students involved in extracurriculars like theater felt like they belonged. but its impact reaches farther. 86% of students who spent 1 to 10 hours attending cultural events, movies, concerts, sports, or other entertainment with others felt like they belonged. Therefore, theater not only benefits those involved in it, it also benefits the community that it strives to entertain. Academically, it's easy to draw connections between approved PSAs and theater. Client-centered projects, CT, Scholar, and Gold or Eagle Scout recognitions all resemble the work technical theater students perform daily. Designing and planning, building sets, leveling microphones, and more closely mirrors the work of other approved PSAs. Kansas Thespians also provides students the opportunity to receive criticism and awards from industry professionals throughout the year, similar to other KVE recognized awards. I want to point out one unique award in particular Kansas Thespians gives out, the Honor Troops. Tiered bronze, silver, and gold, with gold being the best, it recognizes the work of departments as a whole. This year, half of the active troops in Kansas received Gold Honor Troop status, which requires showing examples of multiple performances, student leaders, marketing activities, outreach projects, and community building events, encouraging students of all interests and abilities to contribute to their community. Because there are no strict guidelines on outreach events, troops are encouraged to be creative and serve the unique needs of their community. For example, 2 weeks ago in my troop, we donated 176 items of food to our school's food pantry. Last December, we cooked and distributed 54 warm holiday meals to the homeless. Passionate about mental health and wholeheartedly believe in the benefits of community service on an individual's sense of community and purpose, all of which are vital to success in and outside of school. Appreciate your time and consideration and the value of adding Kansas Thespians to the approved list of PSAs in order to encourage students to participate in many activities in high school. Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Ryan McCoy. I'm the Director of Theater at Washburn Rural High School here in town, and I appreciate all the time that you've given us today to listen to our awesome STOs from around the state of Kansas. So can we just give them a round of applause for being here today? Yeah. They've been awesome. Oh, yeah. I'm going to wrap us up here a little bit. I appreciate the time. I'm actually a theater director that came into the profession without a thespian troupe in my high school. And a few years after I was directing, I had students say, hey, we want this opportunity to add Kansas Thespians to our high school. And I said, okay, fine. I thought I was going to go to a festival once and that I'd be done with it. However, I quickly learned that the higher standard that Kansas Thespians demands raised the level that our students were engaged, not only in our high school, but in our communities. No longer were we merely just performing a show. We were actually reaching out to our communities, and our students, as you saw here today, were the ones leading that effort. They were the ones choosing the problems to solve. They were the ones choosing the programs that we should be involved in. And just like you saw today, the collaboration among these STOs was fun to watch on the sidelines. I was in on the Google Docs. I was in on some of the meetings that were happening, and these students were the ones that were driving the conversation, the messaging, and putting it together in a way that I see my friends in the business world do every day. And so this is just another example, and we do this with our own shows. Like, we do this with our own production teams. We do this with our own crews in our own buildings. And so this is a prime example of how thespians are moving beyond the stage and learning the skills that our employers have been asking for in an authentic way. So just to give you a little behind the scenes look, one way that we measure what it takes to become a thespian is that to basically the baseline qualification is that you have to have 100 hours of quality service to theater and the community with our group, just to even be considered as a thespian. I'm pretty sure that on our list of post-secondary assets, we have 40 plus hours of community service. We start at 100 in theater and in community service. By the time some of these STOs in front of you graduate, there will be well over 1,200 hours of service in the theater and in our communities. The NCAA, watching the game last night, I'm sure a few of you were as well, we see those advertisements that come up all the time that basically say, like, most of the athletes in the NCAA are not going to go pro in their sport. They're going to go pro in something else. Kansas Thespians is the same way. Most of these students, unfortunately, and very sadly, as we're going through our spring shows, they will not necessarily set foot on the stage again, but they will be stepping forward into whatever profession they choose in a much stronger and confident and prepared way because of the work they do through Thespians. So we have added post-secondary assets as a requirement to graduate from a Kansas high school. I love the addition. As a teacher, I know our employers in the state were asking for this. I've had colleagues of mine on the meetings to ask, like, okay, what can we do to make this Kansas high school diploma mean more? And I know that that post-secondary asset is something we're looking for. I know that adding Thespians to that list would be an appropriate addition to that list. And support the goals of this body. I thank you for your time. We all thank you for your time. We know you're busy. We know you've got a lot of different competing, things to take your time today. So we appreciate the time. We also look forward to talking to you on this topic more. And if we've got any time, I'm sure that we'd be welcome to take any questions you might have.
And my hand-raising app is still not functioning. I'm sorry. So we'll start with Betty and then Michelle and Melanie. Okay.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you all for this presentation. It is so important to this board when we make decisions to hear from our students. And you guys did an amazing job of sharing how that structured and is molding you as a person. So I want to thank you for that and just encourage you. Every opportunity that you get from a student voice, share your opinion because it does matter. Thank you again.
Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I heard a lot of the words resilience, people skills, connecting with people, thinking outside the box, thinking quick on your feet. I'm thinking of my own sister-in-law. She did high school plays, and then she went on to college in engineering at first, and then she left that play altogether and then got back to it and ended up doing commercials, more Broadway type plays. She was a very successful person in her company, had really good people skills, but I was thinking about all the things she talked about when she finally made it to the movie State of Play. She was in there in a small part, and she thought they had so many chances to do Act 1, Act 2. She goes, we didn't get that. We had wardrobe malfunctions. We had, we lost our lines in our play. I mean, we had to think quick. We had the person we were working with forgot their line. And so she said we had to make the audience feel like that we just roll with it. And she said, we didn't get all those chances. And I think that made her so strong and think on her feet. And you have, like you said, a prop malfunction, a wardrobe malfunction. She had all those things. And it just made her, she just amazes me to this day. She's just an incredible person. And I think a lot of it had to do with her starting with play in high school, and then she left it for a while for college, and then got her career. But she went back to that. I mean, she was on many commercials, and still to this day, she's just a thriving person. So I think of all the things you said, those are very important things that you brought up, and I think a lot of that was through that skill you learned through the theater. So thank you for your time.
Melanie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for being here today. This was absolutely amazing. I loved hearing that you're sewing. Mm-hmm. That's so cool. And it reminded me of how scary it is to be in high school and have to do that first audition and the resiliency that you've got to have when you don't get the part, and then you don't get the next part, and then you don't get the next part. So I really applaud all that you're doing. I am a thespian. That was a long, long time ago, but there might be someone in the room that can attest to that. I wanted to ask a little bit more about the post-secondary assets, and I'm going to put KSDE on the spot here. I Googled, and I Googled again, and I tried to find the current list and could not readily find the current post-secondary, so maybe Beth's going to take us there. But I loved everything that I was hearing. I want to track back, though. Sorry, let me get back to my note here. So activities is already on the list, and there's a distinction between it as an activity and the amount of energy and effort that you're putting in. I mean, in the dress alone, right? 100 hours is a lot of time. So if anyone wants to speak a little bit more to why being a thespian is so much bigger than just being in theater. First of all, for the board, there's the distinction between enrolling in a theater class, or you may be in a district where there's a tech class specific. I'd just like to kind of hear a little bit about your different exposure to theater and whether you're enrolled fully or whether you're participating as an activity. Let you take it from there. Thank you.
I might put Wes on the spot because I work with Wes more than I work with the rest of the STOs. But Wes, can you come talk for a moment about maybe like you were in Best Man, our fall show, and you were in the musical. He was not in our fall show, or excuse me, our spring show. But can you talk about just a few of the responsibilities that you've had off stage while supporting the shows that you were not a part of at our school to get us started? Yeah.
So for my thespian troupe, I'm our social media officer. So that means I'm in charge of all of our promotion, taking pictures, posting on our social media, and not only that, but also like helping design posters, just spreading the word about our productions and what we do as a troupe. So since I was not a part of the spring play, I kind of came in during one of the rehearsals, and I have this camera that I kind of take pictures during rehearsals with, and I design little graphics to post on our Instagrams. And to just help get the word out about our show. And I do that with almost all of our shows as a social media officer.
In addition, Wes and the rest of the officers at our particular high school are responsible for leading our regular club meetings. So we have about anywhere between 30 and 60 students that will be in our auditorium every 2 weeks for our club meetings. And instead of just sitting and kind of like watching something or doing something, each officer is responsible for teaching a lesson, bringing something back from Kansas Thespians that they've learned, or with the other STOs, just some sort of activity to bring in and highlight all the different aspects of theater that students might be able to participate in. So they're kind of, in this particular example, they are acting as educators. We are training them to be our next educators. We are training them to be our next leaders. And Wes just focused on one aspect of what he does. He is in my room before school every day. And we are always talking about something that is happening in the program. If I could pay him, I would pay him because he is taking so much work off of my plate and making the place better. And that's just one example. I don't know if that answers your question directly or if you want more examples, but that is something. Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah.
This is an example of the point system that Kansas Thespians uses for induction. So if you're looking at the point system, there's a whole lot of different points there. It is 10 points to be able to be inducted as a thespian, and that is an equivalent of 100 hours approximately. Okay. That's kind of the idea. So if you're looking at a major role there in a full-length show is 6 points. That's not even the induction. You're still 4 points away from induction there, and you were in a major lead role. And the expectation was that you were spending at least 60 hours. And I would tell you, I know that Ashlyn and Wyatt both have been in major lead roles this year in their shows. One of them was Pharaoh and Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat, and one of them was Orpheus in Hadestown. And those were 6-point roles that they were sitting in for those shows. If they were not inducted, they would still have to have another show and another 4 points somewhere to be able to do that. That could be anywhere. They could be down there as a video editor and get those 4 points. They could work as a stage manager and get 6 points. You can kind of see where all of the different skills and things align within where they could earn those points that they're gaining more than just from being on stage. Kennedy, as a costume person, costume design is going to be 6 points. That costume crew is going to be 4 points. You get the idea of where some of that could tie in both on stage and backstage. Most, if not all, the skills that are here are being taught in the classrooms across the state, and they're being developed in the classroom and then being able to apply those to an actual production, and has a great co-curricular piece there.
And the differentiator that I like a lot about it is that we can't just step back and be like, okay, we just produced Hairspray. We are now going to take 3 weeks off to get set for our next production. No, okay, this is a time we've got a week or two. Let's come in together. Let's knock out a couple of community service things that we've been working for. What else can we be working on? And it keeps our kids together throughout the entire school year. It's not just 6 weeks and they disappear. The other piece that I really like about ITS, International Thespian Society, and the Kansas Thespians is that we already have a built-in mechanism for students to report their hours, to report what they've been doing, and it's verified by teachers and it's run through our state and national offices. So we already have some of that infrastructure that we're still going to have to build around other PSAs that we have on our list on how do we note this? How do we prove that the students are doing it? We are already doing that. We already have it in place, and it's a differentiator between schools that just have a show or a couple shows here and there.
That is a much higher bar than I had to meet. Thank
And
you
yes,
for all of that.
Beth, if you would speak to the.
I would agree with that. It was a much higher bar than when I was in high school, too. So, what I'll say is that on the post-secondary assets, you can find those on the graduation page on the website. It's essentially the list that you approved initially when you changed the graduation rates, with an addition to the CTSO officers. So I'll say there's a little healthy competition going on in our state right now. Joyce came to me and talked to me about, well, what's the difference between a thespian officer and a CTSO officer? I said, that's a good question since, many of us did thespians a long time ago, right? So I might have been working with Dr. Proctor on that, and we have a timeline that will be bringing, getting, other recommendations and how that should be changed, bringing it to you, and we'll try to set that up on an annual basis. Then for any additions that you want to add to that list, you'll be able to do that. So that'll be coming in the next few months.
And just to remind ourselves, those new graduation requirements were for this year's freshman class, so they don't come into play until. But yes, we want to stay on top of those and see, which was the main reason the list wasn't put into regulation, right? Because we know it's going to be evolving all the time. So thank you so much. That was just amazing. We appreciate that you would come this far and perform for us and show us so much more than we even had an idea of what all of this is about. So thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. As we keep moving on our agenda here, we are up next with the Kansas Teacher of the Year team. So I'm inviting Denise Kaler to introduce them. Thank you
very much, Madam Chair. So we are excited to have our 2025 Kansas Teacher of the Year team with us. You just saw some extraordinary students, and now you're going to see some extraordinary educators. So they've been together now since the announcement in September. So they've been touring around the state and presenting for about 6 months now. So they're going to give you a little overview of what they've learned and what they've done along the way. So they're going to introduce themselves as they come up.
Hello, my name is Megan Stuckey. I teach 5th grade in McPherson, Kansas at Roosevelt Elementary School, USD 418, and I was Region 1 Elementary finalist. This past year, we have had the humbling privilege of traveling the state, not just as teachers, but as advocates for public education and serving the needs of Kansas students, families, and communities. We have had the opportunity to visit 24 post-secondary teaching programs, to engage in transformative professional development like Capturing Kids' Hearts and Keen, and to witness the brilliant teaching happening in districts all across Kansas. As a team, we created a presentation centered around the theme, Friends. We developed an acronym to capture what it means to be an impactful teacher. Fun, rapport, identity, endurance, needed, dynamic, and support. At the close of each presentation, we encourage students to craft a purpose statement and provide valuable time for questions and discussions surrounding what it means to be in today's Kansas classrooms. Common themes in those conversations were teacher burnout, student behaviors, mentorship, and the value of teamwork and collaboration. We left students with the knowledge, and this is very important, that they are not alone in this journey, and we are all their friend as they embark upon their essential career choice. We include you as friends in this education, as stakeholders and decision makers that work alongside us to champion for all Kansas kids. While we are incredibly proud of the incredibly hard work we have done on our K-12 journey, and traditionally, we would share specifics about our journey. We would be doing a disservice to the platform that we've been given to represent 43,550 teachers and close to 500,000 Kansas students if we did not take this opportunity today to walk alongside you and to share the hard truths about education.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Stone. I am secondary Region 4 finalist, and I have the opportunity to teach music at Gordon Parks Academy in Wichita. Our first truth is the need for social emotional learning in all classrooms, pre-K through 12th grade. This is not optional, but it is in fact essential. The debate about SEL in schools has been an ongoing one, but educators across our state will share with you that this debate is a non-existent. We know that students cannot access learning when they are dysregulated. It's not a theory, it's neuroscience. Neuroscience is not a matter of opinion, but it is fact. Meeting students' social emotional needs is not a distraction from academic learning, but is a prerequisite for it. Working together to help students reach their fullest potential, both in classrooms and beyond. We must also be honest about the impact for all students. When one student is in distress, it can affect the learning environment of every student in their close proximity. Supporting social emotional learning does not mean that we lower our expectations or reduce any academic rigor. On the contrary, true academic rigor is only possible when students are in a state that allows them to learn. Educators need members of this board, as well as every leader in a position of power across our state, to recognize and prioritize the need for and the support of social emotional learning in the state of Kansas and our Kansas schools.
Hello, I'm Olivia Weingert. I teach second grade at Cooper Elementary in Derby. I suppose what's still going on. We had the recent banquet, so I feel like our time is over. I am the Region 4 elementary finalist. So Eric and I were together in that. So I want to share, as we're in this theme of sharing kind of some hard truths that we've known, but have really come to light in our conversations and our travel across the state, which has been very enlightening for us as well. We have a literacy crisis, not just in Kansas, but across our nation. And the latest NAEP report card is evidence of this. And if you're not familiar, that is the National Academic and Educational Progress Report. It's done about every 2 to 4 years, depending on age. And it compares the proficiency in different standards. So, every child in our nation has the right to read, and teachers have a professional and moral responsibility to ensure that all the children in our care we're equipping them with the tools that they need to be literate and successful individuals. And so therefore, teachers must be absolute experts in the field. We have to make sure that nothing is left on the table. And so for me, to stand in front of children every day as a reading teacher without the adequate knowledge or expertise to teach reading not only wastes precious, finite instructional time that we teachers have with our students, but you know, it's in some ways it's unethical. I'm trying to find my place here. I'm so sorry. This issue disproportionately affects disadvantaged students, specifically students that lack strong oral language skills or have reading and decoding deficits. David Geary makes the case that reading is not a biologically primary skill. It is a secondary skill that must be explicitly taught with a speech-to-print approach. While some students do pick up reading naturally, many do not. The majority of students do not and need direct systematic instruction at the granular level to learn to decode. A child in the primary grades has 3 years, really, to get this skill right, to get it solid. And when this doesn't happen, the results are detrimental. The correlation between reading proficiency in the 3rd grade and outcomes later in life is abundantly clear. The last several decades of the reading wars have unfortunately resulted in many educational casualties, so to speak, that could have been prevented with high quality instruction from the very beginning of their academic careers. So this is the good news. The good news is we are in a time where we have access to a substantial body of evidence about how the brain learns to read. And the programs like Letters and micro-credential literacy initiatives, they're equipping teachers with the why and the how to bridge this research to practice. And we thank you for supporting the funding that makes this level of access possible for our teachers that want the tools and the knowledge and the resources to be able to do right by our Kansas kids.
In my mind, I'm really tall. All right, my name is Amber Pagan, and I am the Region 3 finalist, one of the Region 3 finalists, and I am a proud pre-K teacher from Neiman Elementary in the Shawnee Mission School District. And the third hard truth that we are talking about today is where it all begins, in the early childhood education. There is overwhelming research that confirms what many of us see every day in our classrooms. Students who attend high-quality early childhood programs enter school more prepared and experience substantial learning gains that last well into their academic careers. These programs don't just prepare children for kindergarten, they lay a foundation for lifelong success. The programs that show the strongest and most persistent benefits all share a few essential building blocks. They employ well-qualified educators, use developmentally appropriate evidence-based curriculum, and provide children with the time they need to learn, grow, and thrive. But just as importantly, these programs meaningfully engage families. One of the most effective tools we have for family engagement is Parents as Teachers, the Parents as Teachers program. It is a lifeline for many families, offering guidance, support, and resources during the most critical years of a child's development. Let me be clear, educators are deeply grateful that this program is funded at all. But currently, Kansas Parents as Teachers is only available in just over half of Kansas school districts, and more than 800 families in those districts are on a wait list for services. Limiting support to just some communities in the state means that we miss out on serving all of the families who could benefit. For example, in the district where I teach, Parents as Teachers is only available for a family's first child and only from birth to age 3, ignoring the complexities of raising multiple children and the lasting impact of early development beyond age 3. But here's the reality. No two children are the same. Each child brings unique strengths and their own set of challenges. Kansas teachers, students, and families need you to continue to support early childhood education initiatives and expand support for parents as teachers. Thank you for your decision today to distribute the funds to these programs so that they can serve every family who would like to participate and allow us to better support families where they are, which give all Kansas children the strongest possible start. We have the research, we have the tools, we just need the continued investment. Thank you for your commitment to Kansas kids.
I'm slightly taller than Amber. Not much, but just a little bit. Yep. I'm Ryan Melick. I am the Region 3 secondary finalist from Bonner Springs, and I teach industrial arts. This experience has taken us beyond the 4 walls of the classroom and allowed us to connect with the broader reality of education across Kansas. It has opened our eyes to the incredible things happening in the school and varied challenges our colleagues face every day. We've come to understand the power and responsibility of using our voices. And I just screwed it all up.
No, you did. You should have.
Normally I just punt from the hip and we go, but okay. It's not just about celebrating how great it is to be a Kansas teacher. It's also about having the courage to share concerns and commit to being part of the solution. This journey has reminded us that advocacy is in itself a form of teaching. In a time when challenges and education grow daily, we must hold tight to this truth. Connection, competency, and are equally essential. Together, they represent the foundation of what students truly need. One without the other robs students of their potential. Every student in Kansas deserves a champion who brings both into the classroom. And I've been excited to serve on this team of 7 others, 8 of us total, with all these champions. However, content competency is not only about subject knowledge. As educators, we are charged with preparing students for tests and life tests. That means helping them develop real-world skills that will carry them into adulthood. Emotional regulation, grit, how to vet credible sources, and how to engage in respectful discourse, how to navigate context situations with empathy and integrity. These are not extra skills, these are essential skills.
Hello, everyone. I am Whitney Aves. I am the Region 1 secondary finalist, and I teach Family and Consumer Sciences at Hutchinson High School in USD 308. What we are sharing today is not just our perspective, it's what we continue to hear from teachers across Kansas. In conversations with current educators at some of the incredible state-supported conferences we've had the privilege to attend, one message has been clear. Teachers want to equip students with these vital, real-world skills. However, they need trust and professional freedom to do so. When educators' expertise is questioned or attacked, when our professionalism is undermined, it cripples our ability to teach holistically, and our students are the ones who lose the most. We must trust teachers to guide students in meaningful, developmentally appropriate ways. That trust allows teachers to weave content with connection, rigor with relevance. Teachers can prepare students to meet academic goals and thrive as citizens, problem solvers, and compassionate humans when trusted and supported. As educators, we must be held accountable for what we know and how well we teach it. We must ensure that every student has the opportunity to grow, thrive, and achieve proficiency. Educators move students forward by teaching to mastery while building meaningful connections.
Hi, I am Ben Eckleberry. I teach first grade at Tecumseh North Elementary in the wonderful Shawnee Heights District, and I am the District 2 Elementary Regional Finalist. Mentorship is a key factor in our profession's continued growth and success. For education to thrive, we must create opportunities for veteran teachers who have mastered content and connection to work alongside new teachers during the school day. When experienced educators invest in mentorship, it strengthens instructional practice, builds resilience, and creates a sense of belonging that helps retain our best teachers. This kind of collaboration ensures that our profession continues to evolve and flourish. Teachers are not leaving because of the challenging students or how much effort it takes to support students. And if you've ever been in a classroom for more than an hour or two, you will know that it does take an immense amount of effort. Instead, teachers are leaving because of the lack of support. New professionals coming into this profession need support, and it is our professional responsibility to provide it. A mentor working alongside a new teacher is a non-negotiable if we want them to become a successful educator. Students don't deserve mediocre teachers, just as patients don't deserve mediocre doctors or healthcare providers. This must become a requirement in every school. There are a variety of strategies that can be implemented. Still, it takes the best teachers in every building working alongside new teachers and administrators supporting this every step of the way. Each of our 450,000 Kansas students deserves a champion who is both a master of content and a master of making connections. When these two qualities are combined, all students can reach excellence. All students become curious and engaged learners.
Hello, I'm Liz Anstein. I'm the Kansas Teacher of the Year 2025 representative, and I teach business classes at Leavenworth High School. I'd like to share the words of a remarkable student leader that we met just yesterday at Shawnee Mission North High School. With her permission, I'm going to share a part of her speech. Alba Sandoval is the student body president, and this is what she said. I am proud to be the student body president, where we are inclusive, brave, strong, smart, athletic, creative, unique, and different in every good way. Students don't have to be ashamed of who they are, and we have adequate resources and services to make everyone feel like they belong, and we take pride in that. Alba's words are a powerful reminder of what is possible when students lead with intention and compassion. While we know that not every student in every school feels fully seen or heard, Alba's vision is her school's clear and unwavering goal of student leadership and a reflection of what we must all strive for. Her message gives us hope because it shows us what students are capable of when empowered to shape a school culture of inclusivity and belonging. But we must also acknowledge what we continue to hear from students across Kansas. Many are still waiting for that feeling of safety and connection. They've told us they want more from us, not just instruction, but advocacy. They want teachers who will speak up and step in when they witness inappropriate language, slurs, gestures, and mainly these actions are directed at LGBTQ+ students, students from different racial or ethnic backgrounds, students living in poverty, or students with intellectual or physical disabilities. A genuine connection requires courage. It means interrupting harmful behavior, even when it's uncomfortable. It means creating classrooms where every student feels safe, psychologically, emotionally, culturally, physically, and economically. That is the kind of excellence students are asking for, and that is the kind of excellence we must all be willing to fight for. It is a great privilege to be a teacher, especially here in Kansas. Thank you for continuing to champion education in Kansas, and we need you to stand with us in this very critical work. Thank you very much for having us today, and we'd like to invite you to ask any questions you may have of us.
Anybody? Betty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all. You were so passionate in your delivery, and you took the opportunity to remind so many people that teacher shortage isn't because of you, but because of us. And I say us being the parents, the community leaders, the board members, who don't give you the proper credit for what you do and what you bring to a child's life. One of the things, and I'm sorry, I'm not going to be long, but I felt the emotion so much that I just want to share this. I know so many kids who have said it was my teacher that made the difference in my life. My teacher. Had it not been for my teacher And of all of the people that I met, I still can name some of those who had an impact on my life, who made me feel like I could accomplish whatever I chose to. So I thank you for your passion, and I thank you for standing up. I thank you for standing up for our kids, because they do need a champion. So I just want to say thank you again.
Thank you.
Melanie?
I feel like I'm talking a lot today, you guys.
And Melanie, thank you for being with us yesterday. It was really special that you got to go with us.
I did. I got to spend the whole morning with these guys before I had to abruptly head this way to hang out with you all. And it was an amazing day. I do want to just say to my fellow board members, I got to tour a building for the umpteenth time. And I continue to tour this same building. Every tour is different. And so if you can go back and revisit the same building, like, you're always going to pick up something new. And I just learned so much yesterday hanging out with you. So thank you so much. I totally want to talk at everyone about all of the great things, but you said it so well. So ditto to everything that Betty just said. There was a moment where you really pulled me back. When we sit here, we think so much about what this tactical work looks like. And it's very much about the educational piece. And you brought me back to really being in elementary and middle school and feeling that social component. And I had to be reminded of just how social school is, because we often don't get to pause and really think about what the day in a life of a student is like. So thank you for that. I'm going to ask you if you want to go down the line, or feel free to step back if you don't want to answer, but assuming that you kind of have a feel for what we have the power to do at this board, what one thing would you ask of us? I heard SEL is important, but if you could say, like, one, I want you to pull this one lever, what might it be?
So I'm very passionate about something, so I'll just step up first. And that is, we have to have teacher mentorship. And when I talk about teacher mentorship, I talked to the legislators about this a couple months ago. And my example to them was, I used the nursing. When you switch jobs, my daughter is a nurse at Children's Mercy, and when she switched jobs at Children's Mercy, she had a preceptor who was with her 100% of the time for the next 10 weeks and would have stayed longer if she wasn't competent in that area and ready to take that on. And we have to do that in our classrooms. We are bringing in new teachers and showing them the door and saying, good luck, and at 3 o'clock, tell me how it went, and I'll give you some pointers. That is not mentorship. Mentorship is having the best teachers in the classrooms with the newest teachers for maybe a couple of hours or a half a day. I don't know the period of time. Some teachers are going to gain experience much quicker than others because maybe they bring it from another field. But we have to meet them where they're at, and we have to help them where they're at. And we can't. We were out talking to future teachers, and we were saying, "Don't do this alone. Ask for help." Well, shame on us. We shouldn't have to make them ask for help. They need help. It's hard. The classroom is hard. I mean, I'm a parent of 3 adults, and I think taking that experience into the classroom has made a huge difference in what I can do. But we have to be there for them. And so if that means I only teach half a day, maybe next year, and half of my day is really spent in the classroom with maybe 3 teachers I'm mentoring, then so be it. Because eventually you're going to have 4 fantastic teachers in my department, and now they can go on to mentor other teachers. And maybe I do that for a couple of years for one teacher, and maybe it's just for half a year for another. But we have to meet these young teachers where they're at. They want to come teach. The enrollment rate in our colleges is up at 20% this year. That is so inspiring. And I'm going to tell you, they were sharing with us their purpose statement. They want to be in the classroom. They want to be the teacher they never had. They want to be the teacher they never had. And we've got to let them do that. But we've got to help them because it's hard. Does anybody else?
I'll echo that. I'm glad she mentioned the mentorship because I do think that is kind of like a missing link. Just to paint a picture for you, I am currently a mentor. I'm not there like half the time. Like, that's just full transparency. I'm traveling. Mm-hmm. I have a mentee. Poor girl. Like, I'm just constantly like trying to catch her on the phone and meet kind of after class. And I have to take time out, from my class to try and go in and observe her. And I feel like she's just hanging on. And I know she has potential. And I am like daily looking at her like, you got to push through. I know it's hard, but I think about how I approach my students and what I know is best practice for my students. You know, when they struggle, I scaffold this for them. I step in and I show them again how it's done, and I support them until they are successful. That's just how learning works. But yet we don't really do that with our new teachers. We're like, yeah, kind of like she said, good luck. And thankfully, you know, I look at all this from like the elementary lens. So thankfully changes are happening at the post-secondary level to better equip teachers. Because I can say when I left college, I was not equipped to teach much. I'm from Oklahoma, by the way, so. But you know, just having that extra layer of like that person to ensure that you are successful and they are the expert and they have the time and resources to do that. I can just imagine the teacher retention rates that we would be looking at if those early teachers could just have a little bit better mentorship. So I'm really glad you said that because I feel the same.
And I really wanted, I don't mean to be rude, but I want to stick on that topic with you. So we talk about that, and you did touch on higher ed. So I think that's a huge piece, obviously. And we've been talking to higher ed about that and getting them maybe into the classrooms more before they graduate, right? Yes. Getting them all that experience that we can. And I had a superintendent in the midst of a thing talking about sooner. Not waiting till their senior year, but maybe sooner, getting them out there, you know, so those different things. And I think those are the problems, you know, we have to be careful not to just shoot the problem out there without the solutions, right? So what can we look at in the school building with the situation we're in with teachers and still give that, because we have to.
I think, like I just said, I really do believe if you gave me, if I had the authority, I could fix it at my school. I did present a solution, and I do believe in it. I do believe that we could figure out how to disperse 2 of my classes. Maybe they have to take a different elective this year because I'm going to be out of the classroom helping. I mean, we have 2 long-term subs in our department.
Yeah.
You know, we're hoping to fill those with new teachers, but they're going to need help. So I would love to spend half a day with them in their classroom, and then maybe my sub goes or somebody helps kind of take over for them, and they can go watch me in my classroom too. So I think we could come up with some strategies to do some scheduling and be creative in our scheduling. I think we can do it with the staff we have. I think we could take some of our teaching and learning staff and purpose some of that. But I think we can do it. I'm not here asking for funding.
Right.
We can do this, but we're just not. We need help.
And I agree. And I think, I and Melanie have talked about the whole leadership role in that. And I've been trying to kind of shout out there the whole school culture, because we've had different school buildings represented in front of us for different reasons. And they talk a lot about that whole culture within their building, which is so much, because we know in order to get the students what they need, the teachers have to have what they need. So we have to start there, right? And to me, that's what the new KEYS is all about, starting with the adults so that the children are impacted. So I really appreciate that. Thank you. And I do sit on the professional standards board, and so we talk about mentorship a lot.
So on Friday, I was with the ATEK team. A lot of them are here today. They're here for meetings, the college professors who are teaching the teachers. And I got to spend some one-on-one time with them at K-State. And I actually had a chance to talk to some of them here. And I would say if you were to talk to them, they would also say that's the number one thing we really need to focus on as we transition these people from these new teachers from the classroom to their own classroom teaching, from their learning classroom. But I will say the passion of this team, so we all came and formed a team, and we all had the passion of our own classroom. Some of us have worked across the state, maybe because of career and tech ed or because of music. So we get to connect, and we're the only person that teaches what we teach, so we have to reach out to across the state. But I would say collaboratively, we all want better for Kansas students, not just our own anymore. I think we've just learned so much, and we have a responsibility as educated teachers now from across the state that we can't just change what's in our school. We really do want to be a voice to help change. Out in western Kansas, there's so little voice, right? We made it as far as Dodge City and Garden City and Hayes, and we really have put on some miles to try to help and figure out, what do you guys need and how do we help you? And I would say collaboratively, people are saying the same things. Yeah. It's not different between the schools, but certainly we have a passion together to continue to work together, even though you guys are sending us on to our next year.
Go ahead. Okay. Jim.
I've had the privilege of listening to the presentations from Teachers of the Year now for 11 years. I was a teacher for a long time. Every one of them and every one of you are better than I ever was. And I certainly appreciate that. I am so impressed with what you see. And I agree with everything you said. I agree that we have to have mentoring if we're going to keep people in the classroom. We have to start off early with parents if we're going to do that. We have to have, we have to help kids get regulated before we can teach them. And of course, I'm passionate about literacy. I just want to thank you, but what I want to say, two things. First of all, it's people like us that have to show support. I've always preached this to everybody I can talk to. There are two things that we need to do if we're going to keep people in the classroom, and I'm going to say them in reverse order. We need to pay them, and we need to respect them. And we need to be leaders in that. And the next thing I'm going to say, now that you have been around forever or for a year, if there are things that we are doing that get in your way, you need to tell us. Thank you so much.
Anybody else? Going once, going twice? I could talk for an hour, literally, so, by myself. I could. There's so much there. So thank you so much. I do believe we're going to take pictures, so don't run off. And first and foremost, thank you very much. Okay, we are back, and before us is Natalie Clark, our Assistant Director of Career Standards and Assessment Services, giving us the CTE Career and Technical Education Scholars announcement. And the winner is...
Day. Chair Hopkins, members of the State Board of Education, Commissioner Watson, today is a day to celebrate the students who have achieved the designation of CTE Scholar for 2025, leading to the success in each student. I wanted to share some of the final information regarding our 2024 graduates. A CTE concentrator, and I passed out our CTE booklet for you. This is the 25-26 booklet. So school districts just submitted their applications for career and technical education pathways. So each pathway model is listed as well as the courses. And at the back, there's a table of contents. So I'm going to talk a lot about concentrators. And so on page 63, a concentrator is a student who has earned 2 or more secondary level credits in a single pathway, and a combination of those must be a combination of intro, technical, or application, and they must be 70% proficient on the competencies. So when I talk about concentrators, there's also a definition of a completer that I'll reference also on that same page. So in the 23-24 school year, the CTE concentrators' 4-year graduation rate was 99.11%. If we look at the scores of academic proficiency, so scoring 3 or 4 on the state assessment, the concentrator scores were 29.16% in reading, 24.69% in math, and 30.72% in science. And there's 3 items that we could use to determine the quality of our pathways in Kansas, and we choose to measure those students who earn college credits during high school. So these are concentrators who have 2 or more credits in a single pathway who graduated with a post-secondary credit, and in the 23-24 school year, 65.94% of concentrators. So I wanted to celebrate those before we move into the Kansas CTE Scholar. Let me see if I can do this right. The 2025 Kansas CTE Scholars had to submit an application and meet 5 criteria. Criteria was due March 1st. They had to have senior level status. They had to have 3 CTE credits within one pathway, with at least 2 of those credits from the technical or application level courses. The application level courses would be that course where they apply what they learned at the technical level. They had to have a 3.5 GPA, a minimum, in CTE courses, and they had to have a civic engagement project or record 40 community service hours. What I want to point out is, when we think of the new graduation requirements and post-secondary assets, the Kansas CTE Scholar is a post-secondary asset, and so is achieving that civic engagement project or 40 community service hours. The 5th criteria that needs to be met is a technical skill attainment. So a student must have at least 1 or more of these. The first being a comprehensive end of pathway assessment for completer status. That would be a student completing 3 full credits. They must earn an industry recognized credential or 9+ college hours leading to the completion of a certificate or post-secondary program. They may also complete a high-quality work-based learning experience, so that could be an internship, a client-based project, youth registered apprenticeship. I want to point out that earning an industry-recognized credential is a post-secondary asset. Earning 9+ college hours, leading towards that first accomplishable goal, is a post-secondary asset, as well as that high-quality work-based learning experience. So these students have really met the CTE Scholar and multiple post-secondary assets. We promoted CTE Scholar this year by sending out notification on our listserv to the educators. We had 2 webinars. We had one December 10th and January 16th. We had 7 technical assistance sessions around the state. We presented the CTE Scholar criteria at those sessions as well as the February conference, and we sent it out in the KSDE Weekly. And we have weekly webinars, statewide webinars, where we announce what's going on that month. In review, we're going to shortly let you see the names of the 200 CTE scholars that will be awarded across all 7 fields of study, ranging from more than 25 pathways and 15 career clusters, more than 8,000 hours of community service, and working on civic engagement projects. 79 industry-recognized credentials are among these students, and many of the scholars mentioned the importance of their career and technical student organization. The students who receive the designation of CTE Scholar will receive a certificate with the student's name. They'll receive a graduation honor cord to wear at graduation and a commemorative CTE Scholar pin that depicts the logo on the slide. They'll be part of a statewide news release. They'll be on the KSDE website, and we've included a sample script in the packet that you'll be receiving shortly. So we're going to announce the CTE Scholars by board district. And, okay, Eric, ready for my drums. Thank you. So I'm going to be passing out the envelopes that have the career and technical education students who have developed academic, technical, and employability skills and demonstrated leadership and civic engagement as graduating seniors in Kansas. So you'll have a full list of the 200 CTE scholars, as well as the script that's sent out. The districts, after these are announced today, will be receiving a packet with those items for their CTE scholars. So as you're reviewing your list, I'm also going to project the list up on the screen. So for those who may be watching, District 1, District 2, District 3, District 5 includes 7 school districts. District 5 continued. District 5 continued with those 7 school districts. District 7, 7 school districts. District 7 continued. District 9, 3 different school districts. District 10, 3 school districts and 14 scholars. These are districts 1 and 2. Districts 1 and 4. Districts 1, 4, and 6. Districts 1 and 6, 2 school districts. Districts 1 and 6 continued. Districts 2, 3, and 4. Districts 2, 3, and 4 continued. And the final slide, districts 2, 3, and 4 of this particular section. Districts 3 and 4. Districts 4 and 9. Districts 5 and 7. Districts 7, 8, and 10. Districts 7 and 9. Districts 7 and 10. Districts 8 and 10. So I would like to congratulate our CTE scholars and thank their educators and their families for supporting them. I'd also like to thank Barbara Boehm. She's our Senior Administrative Assistant, and she is getting ready to process the packets and has done a lot of the work to facilitate this project, as well as our CTE team. So thank you for allowing me to share this time, and I went through it a little more quickly than possible, but thank you for your support. If you have any questions.
Any comments, Debbie?
Yeah. Madam Chair, I think that you beat us all
I
in
think
your
so.
district. I mean, like easily, handily. And it occurred to me, I have that district cup thing. And that could be kind of a fun thing to have. And I don't mind ceding it to you this time, but you will lose it next year.
I don't know, I have about 75 school districts within my district, so I kind of have a little bit of a leeway.
Yeah, we'd have to figure out how
That's-
to equalize that.
let's see.
But just for the board to know, I do have district cup. If we do want to find something to compete between districts on, I think that could be fun. Yeah, Betty would lose every time then, because you got, what, 3? So, good point, fair point.
Yeah. Anybody else comments? Melanie?
This is fun conversation. Thank you, Natalie, for the great presentation. I'm a little bit curious about what our role might be in this because we do have scripts, so some people might be wondering. But I wanted to ask the question even before you handed me the envelope. Which districts, well, I'm not even going to say which because there are quite a few. Several districts had 0 students on the list. So do you want to speak to that briefly? Thank you.
Sure. So awareness, if you have your script, we would appreciate you sharing the awareness of CTE Scholar. It's a designation that the students are really proud of. When the press release comes out, they're recognized at their school district. And with the graduation requirements and post-secondary assets, achieving that, as you saw, at least 3 or more post-secondary assets with the CTE Scholar. And if you think about those high-quality indicators, what we measure as far as high-quality pathway that are those post-secondary readiness indicators, if met in high school, that research shows they're more likely to have post-secondary success following high school. So anything you could do to promote, and if anyone has questions, we would be glad to reach out to districts individually. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie. Appreciate it.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, up next is Dr. Frank Harwood, and maybe Mr. Scott Gordon will be jumping in, and for a legislative update, which will be way fun, I have no doubt. at the end of this, and before we move on, we will go into executive session, but to discuss some more things.
So I'm going to start with just the Kansas legislative update, and then I think Scott will be joining in for more of a federal legislative update, which could then go that direction. So just to kind of start off with, some of this will look familiar, though the number of bills we're talking about continues to dwindle because a lot of them just don't go very far. So this is the 86th day of a 90-day session, even though they're pro forma until that point. So they come back on Thursday. There were 706 bills introduced, and we kind of tracked about 90 of them. But there are only 56 so far that have actually been signed into law. 48 were signed, 5 became law without a signature, and 2 were vetoed but then overrode. So 56 total. There are still 58 bills waiting in conference.
How many?
58. And we'll talk a little bit about that. So they shouldn't go very far this 48 in conference. There are 57 more bills waiting to be signed or to be acted on. So then, and that just got updated like a couple minutes ago because we just had one signed a few minutes ago that we'll talk about. So the important dates are the veto session begins on the 10th. So the 10th is that would be the 87th day, and then the 12th, which is Saturday, is the 90th day. Technically, they're only not supposed to have more than 90 days in a session. There are ways for them to go beyond that if they need to. I'll talk in a minute about something that's going to be really important for them to get done this week, or they probably will need more time. We'll get to that. So the ones that have been signed by the governor so far are Senate Bill 2. We talked about mostly this being with Greeley County. One important change to the law that came about with this is that the law used to say that a bond issue had to be on the website of the election office. Now it says if the election office has a website, it has to be on there. So now you're not punishing the district because the election office doesn't have a website. So they kind of fixed that, and that's moving forward. So an important part about this we'll talk about just so as you're looking forward is that this is effective upon publication in the register, which would be for this bill probably this week, because that's usually about every 2 weeks as it comes out, versus the next bill we'll talk about, which is effective on July 1. Most bills become effective on July 1 unless they put something in there as effective on the register. So 2102 is permitting advanced enrollment of military students. Again, when I talk to districts about this on Thursday, it's like, this isn't you don't have to worry about this until next year, but you can do it anyway. You always could have done it. Some districts this just kind of, made things more predictable. Again, this was not necessarily, I asked questions about, are there districts not doing it? And I didn't get an answer to that. This was more about being in law when you start looking at the checklists they do for base reduction and those kinds of things. So it had more to do with that. And then 2031, all this does is that if you are teaching motorcycle driver safety, you can have an out-of-state motorcycle license. So not a big deal. We only have 2 districts that actually teach motorcycle driver safety, so not a big deal for us. There's one more that's been signed I'll talk about when I get up there. It got signed since I updated this. 2033 was vetoed this week. And so 2033 was it's solely about Phillips Early Learning being on the at-risk list, which you put them on the at-risk list. So the idea was we don't really need a law to do that because it's already done. So this is one of those things we'll talk about is that this is the only one that affects us that's been vetoed so far. I don't know if anybody in the House or the Senate is going to get excited about trying to override this veto. The state board did provide opponent testimony for this that basically said, you gave us a job to do, let us do it. And you did. So we could send something else to the chairs of the education committees and say, again, you don't need to try to override this. We already took care of it. So that will be something we can talk to the legislative liaisons about. But that's the only one we have so far in that regard. So now we have all these other ones waiting on it, except for 45 got signed this afternoon. So this is one we actually provided opponent testimony to as well, because it sets up a second graduation rate requirement for accreditation. Now, it used to be that it was only a secondary one for virtual schools. Now it applies to everybody. So if we look, if as part of the accreditation, when you, later in the year, when you set graduation rates for the accreditate for KISA, the law says you're supposed to do this, or accreditation is your thing. So we'll have to figure out what that is. What's going to happen is everybody's graduation rate is going to go up because you're going to be counting fewer students. So you can use this graduation rate instead, and then you just have to change the number that you're going to use of what's acceptable. But when you stop counting students that transferred out, okay, that kind of makes sense. If the family chose to go to homeschool or non-accredited private school, that one kind of makes some sense. I have a little bit more concern about not counting the students that came to you credit deficient, because they also don't count in the school they left. So now we have a group of students that change schools credit deficient, and with this graduation rate, we wouldn't count that anywhere. Now, on the federal definition that we still have to do, and will still be posted on the web or the report card, it's still going to be the same one. So this is just going to add some confusion. So it did get signed into law today, and we'll have to figure that out as you do some more things with KISA, because it only applies to accreditation. Senate Bill 114, this is one, 2 years ago, they said that if you are a private school, homeschool, or virtual school student, you can participate in your school of residence without enrolling in that school. This one just says you get to participate in all of the ancillary activities, which they talked about, like pep rallies and lettering and all those kinds of things. But frankly, it's one of these ones we talked about that shouldn't have to have, but it's there. We got questions about, does this include graduation? And the answer is no, because KSDE does not have anything to do with graduation, and you only let students participate in graduation that you are giving a diploma to. So clearly not. There are some other things like homecoming, which is that connected to KSDE support or not? That's going to be the question coming up. All right, so so we'll see about what happens with that one. We did not offer testimony on that one because it's really more of a local thing with KSDE. 2022, this is one that we've been following more recently. School districts will have an issue with this, and it may impact how you approve bonds going forward, because you'll notice you kind of have one like almost every month because one's always going on. This would make it so that bond elections can only happen in March, August, and November. That does mean that probably we're going to get all of them kind of in kind of 2 or 3, maybe 4 times. So you'll probably have more of them at one time. It also makes it so we might get to that place where, okay, now that we've met the bond cap and we have to go through that again. So doesn't directly impact us, but it probably will change the cycle in which we do bond approvals. 2069, again, we talked about this one. This is just another part of that compact, mostly for so people that have any state that is in the compact agrees that if you have a school psychologist licensed in one state, we'll accept it in this state. That's not a big deal for us. The only thing that kind of comes up is that our students, we allow them to work during their second year of their practicum. Other states don't. So our students just won't be able, we might be able to get folks that come to us from another state so they can get paid during the second year of their practicum, because they have to have a 2-year practicum. So it might actually help. We'll see. So next is 2382, and this one is going to take a little bit more discussion because of all the things that happened to this during the time. So this started off as a bill to have state board pay continue to match legislative pay. It went through a lot of ups and downs, at the end in conference committee. So actually, I would say that in the Senate Education Committee, the language about state board pay was gutted, and the language from Senate Bill 275 was added. Senate Bill 275 is a requirement that districts, anytime you have instruction or a class about human growth, human development, or human sexuality, you have to show a 3-minute video of either high quality animation or an actual ultrasound of fetal growth and development. We've had a lot of questions about this because we teach human growth and development to kindergartners. So do we have to actually show this video 13 times as they're going through school? Is it appropriate at that grade level? None of that is in there. So then in conference committee, they put back in state board member pay, but there's a catch. So now you can set your pay at anything you want, but there's no additional funding. And when I get to the budget part, there's also a 1.5% cut to our operational funding, and there's $4.5 million in new expenditures without new funding. So, yeah. Now, I will say that Representative Getz and the House K-12 Budget Committee worked really hard to get this through. They tried several different things. My opinion, doesn't cover my pay, but my opinion is this is actually worse than not having anything. And you'd be better off saying, let's try again next year instead. I don't know how the governor will look at this because it's got two completely different things in it and so I don't know what'll happen with it. Nothing's happened with it yet, but it's just one of those things about if it were to get vetoed, whether or not the state board would say, you know, thanks for trying. We'll just come back next year and we'll try to get it done correctly. So just something to think about. All right. Senate Bill 35, this is about taxes. So there's been a lot of talk this year about property taxes and how the state's going to lower property taxes. There are only two property taxes that the state does anything with. One is the 20 mills, and the other one is a $1.5 million state institutions building fund. Now, this is important in your role as the board for the School for the Deaf and the School for the Blind, because this 1.5 mils functions a little bit like capital outlay for the School for the Deaf and the School for the Blind, and then other state institutions. So Senate Bill 35 eliminates that. Now, they're saying that they'll use state general fund to be able to do some of those things that they need to do with the state institutions, which as long as that happens, it's okay. Anytime when you have a tax that is specified for your use, you always get a little nervous when they say, well, we'll just get rid of that one, but we'll take care of you over here, because they remember that for a while, and at some point they don't. So that's can be an issue. The problem with this is that this has gone through several different iterations. At one point, Senate Bill 35 also had the 20 mil school levy in it. It does not have any longer. And currently, there is not a bill that has the reauthorization of the 20 mils in it. So unless they fix that this week, that's an $875 million hole in next year's budget, because that's about what they would expect to collect. So we are assuming that they will try to fix that. The problem that comes up is, do they fix it simply, which is say we're just going to reauthorize the 20 mils and it kind of just goes through, or does something else get put with it that the governor then vetoes, because now they would have to come back probably for a special session to make up for the $875 million. So that's I just put that on there, that the Senate Bill 35 for the state board, or for the state school for the deaf and state school for the blind, it can have an impact. They're saying it won't, but that's something you guys are going to have to be aware of in your role with them. But the bigger issue is right now we don't have a 20 mil levy for schools statewide. And then Senate Bill 125, I'll talk more about that one. That's the budget bill. Was House Bill 2007 we talked about for like 2 months, and then all of a sudden it became Senate Bill 125. But I'll talk a little bit more about that one in a minute. 2134, this amends the Open Records Act What this does is that it will impact the agency and then also school districts about, it actually clarifies a lot of things about what you can charge for, what you can't charge for, how much you can charge. It does give the requester the right to see kind of an itemized bill for what you're charging them. So it's, I mean, you can see that it passed both houses, both chambers without a no vote. So it does do a pretty good job of just kind of clarifying some things. 2228 is an interesting one in that a municipality, which school districts are municipalities, cannot engage in a lawsuit on a contingency basis for their attorney without permission from the Attorney General. All right, so if you go back to the Juul lawsuit, some of you might remember that. So Juul was the vaping thing, and schools across the country went into a class action lawsuit. That was on a contingency basis. I think that based on what's in here, I think schools could do that and give good reasons why. The reason why you go into a contingency on that situation is that there's usually some group of lawyers that's spending a lot of money to put everything together with the hope that they're going to get paid out later on. School districts aren't going to put forward that kind of money ahead of time. So that's why contingency things actually work better in some situations. There's a whole list of things about why you have to go through the whys of that. But the Attorney General could then say, you know, no, I mean, you individual school district or group of school districts can't do that. We're going to take that onto state level. It also has a provision where if the Attorney General decides that they want to deny it for political reasons, they can as well. So some of this might have to do with what's going on in other parts of the country where you have cities or counties that are suing large oil producers and those kinds of things about climate change. So some of those are in there. If you start looking at like the opioid settlement and the tobacco settlements, states did that. So there's some reasons why you want to decide whether you should do it as a state or whether you should do it locally. So that's what that one's about. 2164. So this one is still in progress. So this is actually one of the ones that's still in conference committee that we think may have a chance of coming forward. What this does is it prohibits certain sex offenders, and I say certain because it has to do with the level of felony that it was, from being on school property for any reason. So this includes parents, and to the point where they can't drop off and pick up kids. So they cannot be on property at all. So this kind of came late. It's kind of back and forth through some things. It's passed the Senate. So it could move forward. These are the kinds of things that maybe don't this year and then just come back next year because they just run out of time. Because one of the things they have to look at is all the other bills that got vetoed and how much time and effort it takes to do that, plus deal with the 20 mills and plus a couple other things. And they've only got 3 days to do it. So see what happens with that one. The next one, and this actually comes up with some things you were talking about this morning, Senate Bill 2294. What that does is it creates the Office of Early Childhood. So this morning you're talking about they have all these different things doing early childhood. This actually tries to bring them together. If that happens, the one thing that leaves KSDE is parents as teachers. This bill has been talked about for about 3 years. I'd be surprised if it goes anywhere this year, but I'm sure it's going to come up again. But that would just so you know, it does not impact preschool that is done in public schools. So we would still keep at-risk early childhood and special education early childhood. It's only Parents as Teachers is the only program that we currently use that does that. All right, so now we're going to talk about House Bill 2007. So this is the budget bill. So for those of you who were around last year or paid attention for a while, typically our budget is in a whole different bill and with a whole bunch of policy stuff in it. This year, our budget is in with the entire state budget, and all the policies are separate bills that we've already talked about. But I'm only going to talk about what impacts us. So last time I talked about there was the idea of cutting current year funding. That didn't happen. So this just shows you that they are retaining all of the current year funding in all those situations, except for Spark Wheel, which is interesting because it's a fee fund. So we'll have to figure that out if that actually goes through that way. So for next year, though, almost all of those are gone. Okay, so professional development and mentor teacher, two of the ones that the Kansas Teacher of the Year just talked about, the funding for that is cut, and there is no mechanism for it to come back for next year, because whereas the governor can line item veto things that are in the budget bill, she can't do anything about something that's not there. So districts will not receive professional development, mentor teacher, or teacher of excellence reimbursement next year. So for teachers of excellence, that means there's a state law that says you have to pay a nationally board certified teacher at least $1,000 stipend. You just won't get reimbursed for it like you have in the past. Okay? CTE transportation stayed in there, so that will go there. And then Safe and Secure Schools grants is interesting, so I saved it to last. The Safe and Secure School grants, as we've done it in the past, is gone. This is $1.5 million only for AEDs or AED and CPR training materials. So it's $1 million for public schools to purchase AEDs, $250,000 for public schools to purchase AED and CPR training equipment, $125,000 for private schools to AEDs, and $125,000 for private schools for AED and CPR training. The interesting part about this is the funding comes from the CPI-U increase. So the law says that the base state aid goes up by a 3-year average of the CPI. And so we were expecting, based on inflation over the last 3 years, that the base would go up to 5611. Now, there's still some estimates to get done. We have to actually get March's inflation rates, so we can add it in there. So it's going to be a couple weeks before we get that done. But if it stays at 5611, we would have to reduce it to 5609 because we have about 470,000 weighted FTE. So if you take 470,000, take $1.5 million divided by 470,000, you get $2.20 that you have to reduce the base. And 250,000 of this is going to go to private schools, which, because most of the private schools are parochial, may actually be a violation of the Constitution, because state aid can't go to parochial schools. But this is specifically saying that we would send state aid to parochial schools. So we'll have to see what happens with that one. Questions on any of those, just because these are all things that were there last year or are there this year that most of them won't be there next year.
Debbie?
I do. So when you say state aid can't go to parochial schools, is that just money that comes through us, or are they able to directly do that legislatively separate from us?
No, state funds can't go to religiously based schools. That's in the Kansas Constitution.
Oh, I didn't remember that.
Yeah.
Frank, on the computer science grants, was that PACT?
Yeah, it's PACT grant.
Okay.
Yeah, so the computer science don't go to schools; they go to partners. So we have K-State, Wichita State, WSU Tech, SDAC, and Orion. They are providing computer science or training classes for teachers. Have been for several years. That just luckily we didn't have to break the contracts that we were already in, but next year they just won't happen.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Melanie?
Okay, I want to tag on to that. I assumed incorrectly, clearly. I was reading that as PAC Act money, but that's somewhere else entirely, isn't it?
No, PAC Act, that's the computer science training is the PAC Act.
Okay. So that money, some of that money was being used to pay specifically for computer science teachers in districts.
So our partnership, it was stipends for them for part of the training. That actually all went through a contract we had with one of those other 4 agencies that did the training. Some of that could be a stipend during their training. I don't know that it actually was going to, we weren't paying any districts that funded.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
But we did retain the CTE transportation.
CTE transportation stayed. Yes.
Okay.
Interestingly, professional development and mentor teachers are in statute as being funded, and CTE transportation is not. So it's just interesting the ones that stayed and the ones that didn't. So.
Well, definitely is.
All right. So other things. All right. So this would be the new thing. So I talked about the base state aid. So there is $208 million increase in base state aid, and that's because we're at about a 4.3% increase because of inflation. And so people say, well, inflation hasn't been that high. It's true, but it's a 3-year average. And it's that way on purpose so you don't get the spikes in there. But what that meant for schools is when inflation was going up, they went up at a slower rate than inflation did, but they're also coming down at a slower rate. So that's why that's there. The other thing that we have to wait and see, we thought that base state aid would be less than 5611 when we did the November estimates, but inflation has been higher than expected or higher than projected since November, so it might be a little bit higher than that. Special education is a $10 million increase, so this gets confusing sometimes, is that last year they put in $73 million. Well, actually, they put in $75 million. $73 million stays in there, $2.5 million was federal funds. This is $10 million new dollars. So we're going from $601 million to $611 million. So it's new money. It will not keep up with costs, but it's there. It will be distributed through the local contribution model funding that you all approved in June last year. And so that's going on that way. We do have $184,500 for staff for KSDE. So we do have to cut 1.5%, which is about $300,000, but we get $184,000 to add staff. But this is for the, so we can implement the at-risk accountability plan that was part of Senate Bill 387 last year. E-rate match, these are funds that, this is E-rate infrastructure, which is different. So if a district has a plan that qualifies for E-rate, there's a formula that you have to go through based on how much bandwidth it is. Based on the district's free lunch percentage, they qualify for so much federal funding. If the state does a 10% match, then the federal government will add a 10% match on top of that. That's what this is for. We have to pay for that out of existing funds. For a while, we had $1.8 million in toiletry kits. That's staying with DCF. We have to pay USD 112 for the adult virtual audit. I will still contend that they got paid exactly what they were supposed to, but the legislative post-audit did not agree. And so that goes there. We have to pay for that out of existing funds. Youth career programs, this is a virtual reality program that there's a group that's going to pilot it. It's mostly an after-school program, $320,000 out of existing funds. Spark Wheel is in 40 schools across the state. I think this is to help them expand from elementary to middle. I don't really know very much about it, but it's $1.3 million in existing funds. And then American History Online Supplement. This would be similar to what we do with IXL Math, where the legislature said, here's $2 million, go do an RFP and put together an online math supplement, which we did. In this case, they said, take $2 million that you already have and go find a history supplement. And I have not heard of anybody that was asking us to come up with an online history supplement. So we'll see how that goes.
So we don't know where that came from.
I
mean,
I know that there was a
the
company.
why.
I knew it was a company that had a hearing before Senate Education, but this is an RFP, so we'd have to go figure that out. And it got added. Got added during Senate Ways and Means. So actually, several of those got added during Ways and Means or appropriations conversations, not during education committees. And so people don't understand that when you look at our operating budget is about $20 million. $16 million of it is actually, is more discretionary. That's what we pay staff with. And when you look at, we manage $6 billion in funding that comes from either the state or federal government. $20 million in administrative fees seems pretty reasonable. But when if we actually had to pay the $4.5 million out of our operating funds, that would be 25% of our funds. Now, we have a little bit more leeway. There's funding that if there's leftover funds that are over appropriated, we can use. So we'll just have to see how that goes.
Jim.
So what happens if we just don't do the last one?
That's what I was thinking.
So if it became law and we chose not to do the RFP, I'm sure that when I went before a committee at some point, somebody would yell at me. After that, I don't know.
Well, I think we at least discuss some of these things, and I'll be glad to go with you.
All right. Okay.
Frank, go back to that slide. You spent all yesterday afternoon talking about, can we maybe simplify things? The first two items are the base state aid, and they follow the Gannon law on that. Special increase, you asked them to fully fund that over a cycle. They didn't do that. And then everything else was added. And the only thing that we asked for the additional staff in order to do the at-risk funding that they asked. But the rest was just added without you asking for it. So if you want to know how we just expanded government, we just did. I mean, that's an example of, you talked yesterday about shrinking it, but when we get to that conversation next month, I'll have to say to you, this isn't in your control. Your control is the regulation that you'll do to regulate those, but the law was done by someone else.
One more question. The consensus estimates are, in fact, consistent with the Gannon decision. Yes. Isn't mentoring and professional development mentioned as a responsibility in the Gannon decision?
So in the memo that the legislature's lawyer provided to the Supreme Court, the funding that was in there for professional development and mentor teachers was included. So the motion was made in Senate Education to fully fund Gannon, but then that was not included at that time.
So in fact, they didn't fully fund Gannon.
They did not fund all of the things that were considered in the Gannon funding.
Okay. So if a person that is... So,
and I'm not a lawyer.
Well, I know that. And I'm making a point. I don't even care if you answer. So if a person that is a legislative leader that says we funded Gannon fully, that could be questioned.
Well, that and especially if we have to reduce base state aid to fund AEDs, certainly that argument means that the funding that under the law should be going to school districts for general education expenses will not be. Now, one of the things that, so some of these things are things that the governor could veto, line item veto. So that's one of the, so that got confusing last year when, so there was the thing, there was the $5 million for safe and secure schools, but we could only use it for AI gun detection software. She line item vetoed the language. We kept the money. Now, the AG has come up with an opinion since then, based on Louisiana law, that that would not be legal. There's an older Kansas Attorney General's opinion, based on Kansas law, that says that it is. So at some point, somebody would have to figure that out, have to have a judge do that. But in this case, like we'll just use the American History Online supplement, the governor could line item veto that. It says existing funds, so the language goes away, but there's no funding attached to it. So we just don't do it. So I think some of it is, let's wait and see what actually is done. Now, if the governor line item vetoes it, the legislature could try to override any of the lines. They could go say, we're just going to try to override everything she vetoed, or they could take them one at a time. And some of that depends on what they think they can get votes for. Okay. All right. So then just a couple other things. The AI gun detection software. So the $5 million that we would have been receiving in Safe and Secure Schools grants, the AG's office will get $10 million this year to do a 2-year pilot program for AI gun detection software. It's actually written that this is the first year and next year is the second year, but there's no way to get the RFP done and spend any money this year. So hopefully they really mean FY26 and FY27. So otherwise they're going to have too much money. This will be an interesting one. Add language encouraging expenditures from existing funds to be used to expand current efforts to train both elementary and middle school teachers in the area of science of reading, including assisting students to reach grade level literacy for FY26. I think you're already doing that. You're actually using all of the funds. They've all been federal funds to date. But what that does is that if we have other funds after we go through all these cuts, we can spend more on letters. I think the key to this is that there actually is an encouragement, because you're already doing elementary. This would actually have an encouragement to expand it to middle school. And in some ways may give you permission to use funds that would not otherwise have been allocated for letters training to be used for letters training to expand that. So in some ways, this may give us more flexibility and it's a kind of a nice way for the legislature to say, letters is important, do everything you can. I wish they would have said, we agree with you that letters is important, and how can we help you do whatever you can? But this is what that says.
Can I make another comment? It's going to take a few minutes. It really is. When the task force, the dyslexia task force, made several recommendations. They made recommendations to this board to change the preparation requirements, which we did, and several other things. We did. This board, at its first opportunity, adopted every recommendation made by the dyslexia task force. The dyslexia task force also recommended that the legislature pay for Lori Curtis's position. It took them 3 or 4 years to do it, and we paid for it out of ESSER funds a year or so before we got to that. We asked not for funding we asked for funding for evaluation, not for determining, but for evaluation. The legislature has paid zero. We asked for funding for training of teachers. The legislature has paid zero. And there's another 1 or 2 of those things. So the legislature has paid nothing except finally, after 3 or 4 years, the $100,000 that we asked for this. So this is hypocritical. They want us to do things. They say they care, but not enough to pay for it. And now I understand that they have even, you haven't gotten to this point, they have even taken away the money for the blueprint. So that's no longer there. This is an area where I think that we can be righteously indignant because we have done everything we've asked for. We have shown over and over again that we care, even though they say we don't, and they will not do anything except stand in our way. And at some point, I'll tell you what I really think.
Thank you for being calm about that. Appreciate that. Censored yourself.
All right, so we're also going to add language allowing foreign exchange students who reside in the district to be permitted to enroll. That's already the law. I don't know why we added that. It doesn't change anything. The only thing it does, and I tried to clear this up, is that if a district is expecting a foreign exchange student, they can count them in their projected enrollment for open enrollment. They've always been able to do that. I don't know where the question came from. It came up literally at 11 o'clock on the last night of the budget conference committee. So I wish somebody should have asked us. Add language requiring the percentage to be included in the district level excess cost calculations. We talked about this a little bit last June when we were talking about the funding formula that you had to approve for special education. One of the things the law said is you had to consider the district level excess cost calculation. So I talked about it a little bit. I think it's actually disequalizing because it treats districts that are in co-ops, interlocals, and standalones differently. It's overly, the range, especially the way that the low enrollment weighting is included in there, it does things differently for small schools. So I think it's disequalizing. You agreed with me, so we didn't use it. When we sent out the required reports, it did not include a percentage because the law didn't have math that included a percentage. I wanted a percentage, so now we get to put a percentage on it. Yeah, so that's all it does. And then there's a 1.5% lapse of KSDE operating funds. This is an interesting way to do budget cuts because they're going to put the money in our budget and then they're going to lapse it. So as opposed to just giving you less, they give it to you and then take it away. So now the good news is we get to pick what fund it comes out of. And all of the, like the consensus estimating funds, all the aid to schools is not subject to the 1.5% decrease. It's only the $20 million that's not the $4.5 billion that's subject to the 1.5% cut. And I think that is all I have.
Okay, I'm going to go with Debbie first.
I just wanted to follow up because I'm not very political. I'm guessing that SB 47 just kind of died in committee. Is that how that goes?
So SB 47 passed the Senate, never got taken up by the House, as I think that's correct.
No, I think.
Oh yeah, it just died on the floor.
I think it got sent back to committee back in the Senate, and I thought, well, does that mean it died? I don't know how that works.
So if it was never above the line, it doesn't technically die. This is the first year of the biennium, so it could still be there next year, but it was never considered in both chambers.
So remind us all what SB 47
needs assessment.
No, SB 47 was contact information for the board members.
Oh yes,
yeah, that one.
Yeah,
and I do I guess we took and this kind of hits me and Connie. I didn't have a conversation with Brill, but there's 3 new ones of us. So you had your legislative priorities before, obviously, we came on the board. And for SB 275, I believe it would be the legislative priority of local school board control. That was the justification for opposing that. Before we do anything actively for sub SB 2382, I think I would like to have a conversation on this board. At least the 2 of us would want to know, because we got associated with that. And we didn't ever say that we opposed or wanted or anything that.
Well, but if you listen to the opponent testimony, it had nothing to do with the content. It had everything to do with local control.
No, I get that, but we still didn't have a say in any of that. But I don't even know if this applies to local control. So, I mean, I understand how you did that, though. I at least understood how that came about.
Okay.
But that just, it's a timing thing. You get a new board in January and you've had the vote in December, and when it's something that maybe is a little bit more controversial, it's kind of hard for the 3 members who didn't have a voice in that setting that legislative thing.
It happens often, yeah.
Yeah, and to the legislative stuff, I think sometimes maybe if we would really perform, if we would perform really well and have good literacy rates and the kids were improving and stuff like this, our legislators would probably be less likely to make legislation. So, I mean, I think we just need to push ourselves and prove ourselves to them so that they don't have to feel like they have to do these things.
Jim?
Just a statement on the issue about graduation, how you count graduation. I think that there may be some merit to what they want to do. I think that we need to have it, since I believe it's totally our responsibility. I think we need to have it before we just say no or even consider rejecting. I think we ought to have a conversation about the best way to count graduation rate.
So, and I would say that especially the ones about the transfers out, I think it would be a useful metric if you use the 2 together, because if you say, all right, so this is your official graduation rate, but when you consider the students that came to you credit deficient, when you consider the students that left you of their own choice, this is what your graduation rate is. So, I mean, there's not anything wrong with looking at that separately. One question is it, how do you explain 2 graduation rates, and those kinds of things are going to be difficult. But there is merit to comparing the 2, because you'll have some districts. What that will show you is that some districts actually have less control over their graduation rate because of mobility.
Yeah, that's true.
But if you're gonna set a graduation rate threshold, it now needs to be higher.
So many things. Okay, so we want to move into the federal side of things with including Mr. Gordon. Did you have a?
No, just the bottom of that's
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioner Watson, everybody else. And for what it's worth, I do not object to sacrificing Frank for an afternoon to get yelled at across the street. If so long as I don't have to be there to help him out. So just a few things that have come up in the news lately about some actions and inactions of the U.S. Department of Education that you've probably heard about. The first one that I'll talk about has to do with ESSER funding. The Reader's Digest version of this is, as you all know, the federal government provided millions of dollars to help offset the learning loss that occurred as a result of the pandemic. And they gave us millions of dollars to spend. They gave us a certain amount of time to spend it. Everyone asked for additional time, including Kansas, to spend this money because it was so successful. They'd already approved the money. We just wanted more time to spend it. The U.S. Department of Education granted that extra amount of time, and they granted it, I understand, for every state. And then about a month ago, the U.S. Department of Education said, just kidding. You should have spent all of your money by now. We changed our mind. And if you haven't spent your money by March 28th, then you don't get to spend it anymore. And they sent us that notification on March 28th. And as you all are aware, because you've all approved the contracts, we had quite a few contracts outstanding to still spend some of that money down. One of the provisions of that letter to us was that if the state wants to ask for another reconsideration to be considered on a case-by-case basis, then the U.S. Department of Education would potentially change their mind a fourth time and allow us to have that extra time that they'd already previously approved. We did fill out a request. I shouldn't say fill out. We did submit a request to the U.S. Department of Education saying, look, here are all the programs that we are using. We have fully complied with all the requirements under ESSER, and I think Eanes was also involved. So please allow us to continue to spend this money down. We are not spending the money on glow sticks or whatever the other allegations are that some states allegedly were spending it on. So we wait to see what happens there. We did send in that request asking for the additional. And I will tell you, a week after they told us, yeah, we're cutting you off, we got another notification that says, okay, so enough of you are asking for how to ask for the extra time. Well, here's specifically the information that we want from you. So after like the 15th draft of it, we had to come up with a 16th or a 17th draft, which we've done. Okay, we've submitted that. The second thing has to do with Title VI. Title VI is a requirement that any recipient of federal funds agrees to not discriminate based on race, national origin, or ethnicity. I think those are the right three phrases. That's it. That's basically what Title VI says. There have been a lot of court decisions that have discussed what Title VI means. But anytime that a state applies for federal funds, specifically special education federal funds, we have to submit what is referred to as like a consolidated plan or a state plan. We submitted that plan. I think the most recent one was in 2017, and we just keep using the same plan. I will tell you that in 2017, as part of our application to spend federal funds, we did provide a certification. It was, Randy, I think you signed it. I believe we got a signature from the governor's office as well that says we agree to follow all of these laws, including Title VI. We also signed a certification that said we agree to promise to get certifications from the school districts that they will also comply with Title VI. We have maintained that all along. So we already have those certifications in place. Then on not March 3rd, pardon me, I guess it was April 3rd, there was a letter that went out to all of the chiefs of the state education agencies saying, well, we want your certification again. We want you to recertify that you're going to comply with Title VI. Not only do we want you to certify that you're going to comply with Title VI, but there's been a Supreme Court opinion that says you cannot discriminate on enrollment policies and acceptance policies for higher education based on race. Okay, That was a court opinion from the U.S. Supreme Court that dealt with Harvard and the University of North Carolina. So the U.S. Department of Education has said, well, we want you to certify not only are you going to follow Title VI, but you are going to follow our reading of this U.S. Supreme Court. We're looking at it. We've received it, and I will tell you that they have also recently granted an extension because enough states had asked for some additional time, because not only have they asked for the state education agencies to recertify, and I have a copy for you, and I apologize, Madam Chair, if I may pass these around to you all or give them to Deborah, if you mind. Or even after picking on Frank, he volunteered to pass that out for me, and I appreciate that. What I'm sharing with you is the actual certification that the U.S. Department of Education has asked us to sign, and they have also asked us to collect signatures from all of the state education or the local education agencies. This is something we've never been required to do before. We have obtained certifications from the LEAs that we hold. We have them, but I don't know that we've ever specifically collected these type of verifications on behalf of the federal agency. They did give all of the state education agencies an additional, I think, a week or 10 days. So we have some more time to submit it beyond just March 13th. That was the original deadline. So 10 days, sign this, get everybody else to sign it. I will share with you that generally, whenever you have a request to collect data or information from the federal government, you have what is referred to as an OMB number. OMB being the Office of Management and Budget, I think. And so there is a process that the federal government has to go through, that executive agencies, they have to go through OMB and say, hey, we want to collect this data. We want to collect this information. Is that okay? OMB reviews it, and if they okay it, they assign an OMB number, and they basically give their blessing and say, yes, you may collect this. That document that you have in front of you does not have any kind of OMB number. It's also not signed by anybody, so I'm not entirely sure who's really collecting it. We are supposed to respond to a generic email address from the Office of Civil Rights. Don't know who we're going to address it to other than Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights. The third thing, kind of along these same lines, is we received a very similar request from the U.S. Department of Education claiming, and not just us, but every state education agency, that they have heard from families that some school districts are not providing access to educational records to the parents. And it has to do with, I believe, gender identity and pronoun use, that allegedly some school districts have created gender plans. I don't know what that is. Some information about the students that maybe parents will ask for this information to find out, well, how are you treating my child? And school districts have been refusing to share this information with the parents, claiming, well, that's not an educational record, so we're not required to provide it to you under FERPA. I'm grossly summarizing, by the way, what the call is, but that's kind of that's it. No state education agency has ever been responsible for enforcing FERPA. We just don't. Ever. The request from the U.S. Department of Education is that we certify to them that not only do we know what FERPA is, that we will start enforcing FERPA. And we have to provide the U.S. Department of Education the mechanisms we plan on using to enforce FERPA at the local level. We're working on it. As you know, I do a lot of the work with the student data privacy laws and whatnot. We will provide a response at some point to the U.S. Department of Education. And Madam Chair, if we want to get into specifics about any of that, if there are specific questions about how Kansas is going to be dealing with all those things, that might be inappropriate for an executive session. If there are generic questions about these things, I'd be more than happy to answer them. As far as all the other, well, who's winning in court, I can't keep up. There's been a lot of court decisions in the past week, and I've lost track of some of them. But with that, Madam Chair, those are probably the three biggest, but I'm happy to answer any questions there may be.
Thank you, Dr. Gordon. I'm wondering, just looking through this, is there a denotation, an official definition of DEI? Because I don't see it here. I see kind of a generic blanket reference on page 3, but it doesn't specifically outline what it means beyond what they assume would be the common assumption of a definition. And I just get concerned about that because diversity, equity, inclusion, that's a part of every human's everyday life. So whenever people bring it up, typically I ask them, what does it mean to you?
I think a fair answer would be that even within the information that's attached to that certification, whenever they're talking about the court opinions, the U.S. Department of Education says, well, DEI in and of itself is not discriminatory, and that's not a problem. It's when you use DEI principles to discriminate against individuals based on their race or ethnicity. So is there an absolute definition of DEI? I don't believe so. I believe there are discussions of it, and I think there are discussions of how individuals allege discrimination, and that's what gets to talked about in the court cases. I could be wrong. It's been a minute since I've read all 4 pages of it, but that's basically my understanding and my reading of the cases that discuss it. And I will tell you, for what it's worth, I don't recall the U.S. Supreme Court that made that decision recently on the Harvard and North Carolina. They were not focusing on whether or not this was a DEI issue. They were focusing on whether or not those universities had admissions policies that favored certain ethnicities and nationalities over others. So there was very specific actions and policies they were focusing, not on the theory of diversity, equity, inclusion.
I think, Melanie, did you have, nope, okay. Anybody else? Debbie?
Yes, I would bring up again that TNTP because that does address straight to this, and I do know that we're in partnership with them. I went back and looked at the January meeting where it was stated that we're in partnership with them. So I would be very, very cautious well, one, my lawyers told me not to sign this. So if we vote as a board to sign it, the board can sign it. The board can do whatever the board wants to do, but my signature won't be on it. So
I don't think this is addressed to the board itself.
I don't know who all has to sign it.
Well, it says state agency, so I'm not sure either. Okay, do we want to go in?
May I?
Mhm,
I just want to
absolutely.
add, it was a phenomenal job of summarizing what has been just, talk about drinking out of a fire hose. It has been since late March, this every day. There's been, and I don't monitor it like Scott does every day when, I'm on the listserv, and I've paid more attention in the last 2 weeks just because significant rulings and significant legal challenges and significant requests are rolling out multiple times a day. So I've been trying to keep up more in the last 2 weeks than I typically do. I kind of will do it a little more sporadically, but about the time I try to send you an email and summarize it, something else comes out. I know that Scott's missing and I'd be on it too if we weren't in meeting. There's the Nicosia group that we participate in and that Scott's more active in, which is all of the education attorneys across the country are having a conference call right now to discuss and strategize about what's to discuss, like what's happening. So every time I try to review something that comes out, there's a new court case or a new challenge, and so it is it's next to impossible to keep up on a day-to-day basis or keep the board fully informed. I know Scott and the agency, and I want to keep the board up to date as reasonably possible, but it's just been multiple times a day things coming out, and we get through the listserv. There are similar questions being asked around the country of both agencies and boards, and I guess you may want to go into executive session to discuss specifically, but I would say that my general watchword. My general advice would be take it slow, be cautious, because if you try to stake out a really hard position, it's likely to be, either challenged legally in court or an order is going to come down. So I know I can just say publicly that the agency and Scott is doing his level best to keep up with it and be able to react and respond as quickly as humanly possible in this current political and legal environment.
So, yes, Jim.
May I just recommend that we thank the presenters and put this on hold until next month and see what happens then, because it's going to be different.
Scott and Mark can just walk you through
Yeah.
various
Yeah, I do think we will go into executive session for a little bit and just hear a little more specificity. Yes. Is it okay if I read it?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
But just pick how much time you want.
Doesn't matter. Okay, do we want 15 minutes? Do you think that'll cover?
Yeah, we can always go back in if I have to. That's okay.
Okay. I am going to move that the Kansas State Board of Education recess into executive session to discuss the subject legal matters with legal counsel, which is justified pursuant to the exception for matters which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship under COMA in order to protect the privilege and the board's communications with an attorney on legal matters. Do we need a break before we start? Okay.
Start at 4:20.
Okay, well, yeah, they want a break, so I think we'll start at 4:25 for 15 minutes. No action will be taken during this session, and the open meeting will resume in the boardroom at, what did I say? So 4:40? Okay, I'm going to invite Commissioner Watson, Scott Gordon, Attorney Scott Gordon, and Board Attorney Mark Ferguson, and Dr. Frank Harwood, Deputy Commissioner. Do I get a second? Don't run off yet.
Second.
Danny's going to take the second. All in favor? Do we have are you voting, Danny? Are you in favor? Okay. We have a 10-0 in favor. We're going to take a quick break.
I was thinking break.
I know everybody was thinking break. They were running on me.
We're good if we extend the
Okay, we are back. There is no action after our executive session. Up next on our agenda is Mr. Gordon with the PPC. Thank you, sir.
Madam Chair, and hello again. All 4 cases that are before you this month were default cases. There were 2 people that had applied for a license. We mailed them a complaint to the last known address, no response. The other 2 individuals were complaints that were filed by the school district alleging that the individuals had breached their contract by, and that's the next, I'm kind of skipping, that's the next sub-agenda item. The school districts like to ask sometimes for whatever equitable relief you find. I think if you left it up to them, they would want suspensions longer than what you can, but frankly, the statute's pretty clear. If someone is found, the terminology in statute, I think, is guilty of breach of contract, the state board shall suspend that license through the remainder of that contract. And I've given you the dates, I believe, on the board materials.
Yes.
With that, Madam Chair, I'm happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
Okay, do we have any questions for Mr. Gordon concerning these cases? Nope. Somebody want to make, there is 2 separate motions, so does somebody want to make the first one? Betty?
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education suspend the licenses in 25 PPC 14 and 25-PPC-15 through May 29th, 2025.
Second, Melanie? All in favor? Raise your hands. We have a 10-0 in favor vote. Thank you. Next one. And you said these were also default?
Same thing. They're default cases. There were 2 of them.
Okay.
Madam Chair, do you want me to go ahead and make a motion? I move that the Kansas State Board of Education deny the licenses in 24-PPC-33 and 25-PPC-04.
Okay, second. Dennis? All in favor? Okay, 10-0 passes. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Thank you all very much.
All right.
See you tomorrow.
Yes, sir. All right, our final thing on our agenda is committee reports. So if anybody in these last weeks, since the last meeting, had a committee they were on, I would love to hear. Okay, we'll start with Jim, go to Michelle.
The funding task force met. It reviewed foundation formulas from about 5 or 6 different states, neighboring states. No action was taken, no recommendations were taken. We're going to start meeting a full day and getting into every month and start doing much more comprehensive things. So I'll probably have a more extensive report, but we have been meeting. And I think that's all I'll say right now.
Okay, thank you. Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming to the KSDE for our meeting after our board meeting last month when we heard parents from the School for the Deaf express some concerns publicly. We met, Dr. Watson and Chairwoman Hopkins and myself met with the superintendent of the School for the Deaf, admin, some staff, and some outreach for an hour. And then after that, we met with the parents for an hour, and the superintendent was in the room the entire time for that, and she heard all of their concerns. They have started kind of a parent group organization there, and they're going to add more parents because there are some parents that are a distance away, and they wanted a room maybe there for staff and parents to be able to meet there at the school, and even outreach with Zoom to parents that maybe can't meet because they're a distance away. Talked to Dr. Watson again today, and we Lisa Carney. She is going to coordinate with staff at KSD and the parents, and we are going to address the parents' concerns. And then one thing we did talk about at the meeting, I'll just bring up, is how we've talked about science of reading, and we talked about literacy. It is different for those trying to attempt phonics to a child that cannot hear. That may be difficult, so we're going to look at possibly instruction, training materials things that prove science of reading for those who are deaf or hard of hearing. Dr. Watson actually suggested that at the meeting, that we need to look at some things, and so that's another thing we're going to be looking at. So I was going to write something, but I didn't. I thought I can always follow up with that. We're
Yeah,
gonna
that'd
get
be
more
great.
concrete and more dates and things like that, but it is coming up soon where they're going to be addressing those concerns.
Yeah, and that's, Dr. Watson, through, you've got staff here within KSDE that we're going to utilize.
And Tazin, I forgot
And
to mention
Tazin,
Tazin.
yeah.
Lisa Carney is a staff member who's assigned to give support to the School for the Blind and Deaf on our team. She's going to coordinate the parents, the KSD staff, and our TASN staff, because they requested some assistance in IEP support along with MTSS.
Yeah.
So she's bringing all those resources in soon. We'll be convening a meeting, probably multiple meetings with that.
Yeah, and if we could just really keep the board abreast of all of that and how that's flowing so that we can make sure and if there's ever any time I can come back in, if there's anything, like, please keep me informed too. We want to support them every way that we can. Melanie, I think you were next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will start with the Board Policy Committee. So Betty, Dennis, and I met on Zoom, and it was really just an introductory meeting to kind of get a feel for what items we want to tackle. Kind of acknowledged that it's something that needs to take place every 2 years. It could be a big lift or a small lift, and I think right now we're kind of in the middle. Madam Chair had actually sent an email asking for us to consider an item, and we had time to talk about it, and we made a decision. So Kathy, sent a request asking if we would consider the possibility or just make a decision on what would the board policy be around using WebEx or Zoom to give public comment. Because it sounded like there were some constituent requests around that.
Yes.
And pretty quickly decided that that's untenable.
Okay.
There's a lot of overhead involved in that. We'd have to manage the time around it. We feel like it's a commitment for someone to travel here, stand before the board, get their 3 minutes. And so we really want to respect the people who are taking that effort to come and do that. And so at this time, we're not looking to add that to the policy.
And you know, something that was said to me, and I don't actually remember who it was, but as representatives of our districts, you know, we really work to be a voice. So if people are coming to us individually from our districts, was there any consideration, or maybe you could go back and consider when we have actual hearings, which is rare for a regulation change? Thought. Just throwing
New
that out
request. We will add it to the list.
I'm sure
Thank
the
you,
list
Madam
is
Chair.
growing.
I will also chime in on, sorry, I've got another.
Okay.
Let me go ahead. Dennis and I are both serving on the ESEA. I want to get the language right because I just lost my notes here.
Elementary.
Advisory Council.
Oh, and that's the Elementary and Secondary Education Act.
Yes, it is. I
So
was
it's
just
an
getting ready to
advisory
say that.
Sorry, yep, Connie, that's an acronym. We didn't want to go by.
You can also find it as ESSA sometimes, and so there's essentially a plan wrapped around that. That is a group that had not met in many months, and so that initial meeting was not very long, around an hour. We did it over Zoom. I think we had about 20 people in attendance. There was a recording. Dennis couldn't be there, but the recording's been made available, and so it was really just an opportunity to kind of get the overview on what the group does, why they're reconvening, and so I feel like I just kind of barely got up to speed and don't have a lot to report there, but we'll be bringing those back. I don't think that group's going to meet very often.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Anybody else have a committee report?
I just had a question about the committee report on your committee report on the policy committee, if I'm understanding correctly. So the requests that you got were people who could not be here were wanting to be able to participate in the public
Open
comment?
forum.
Is that what it was?
Well, may I respond?
Yeah.
So the request came from Madam Chair, and she was asking, because she had heard from folks, would the policy committee consider this? So we were responding to that.
Because I had also heard from people who have disabilities saying that, oh, I can't participate. I wonder, were you able to look at like video that they have like a less than 3-minute video that we could watch? Or?
So the conversation that we had in the committee, if it's okay. Yeah, and you're welcome. Betty, Dennis, feel free to chime in. But yeah, we talked about how they can certainly, we receive emails all the time. They could certainly share a video. I would watch a video. I think any one of us would. And then there was a conversation about, well, what about doing things around the state? Each of us can do that in our communities. I mean, I attend a town hall at least once a month where I'm available to my constituents. People can come and ask questions. And I even commented, you can use campaign funds to pay for that if you feel like as a board, as an elected, if you want to get a place and go have that conversation, absolutely get out there and do that. People need to be able to reach us.
Right. Okay. Anybody else have a committee report? Now, if you went to one, I really want to hear about it. I'm just saying. Okay, just teasing. Huh?
Actually, I have been attending them, but I don't know if my committee is going to be presenting tomorrow.
Oh, right,
so,
that's right. So we'll
yeah, I
go
just
with
wanted
that.
to
Okay.
share why I wasn't giving information.
Okay. Let you off the hook this time.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Madam Chair, the one we're both on, so
Yes.
I didn't know if you wanted to tell about that, so that's why I was hoping that the NASBE is that.
Bless you.
Oh, yes. Yes, thank you. Well, it's the NASB, so the National State Boards of Education, which anybody can jump on. You get those emails, so feel free. But they had a Central States one, which was a Zoom call. So it's, I don't think I have my notes here, so I think it's like 6 or 7 states within that realm. And one of the big takeaways that I got, which I kind of shared a little bit yesterday, but I don't remember if it was in the big group, was about the rules and regs. A couple of states are really looking at the regulations that they have within their board of ed, their agencies, which we started to talk about yesterday, about really looking at those and looking at ways to pull things off that are old, or just don't apply, are putting too much on our local districts or our educators, just that whole thing. It was really curious to me to see that there were 2 states who were doing that. So the next call, which is in May, but I cannot tell you, but those emails come, so you have to kind of check those emails, and I'll try to find it and send it out to you. But we're asking those 2 states to specifically tell us of their journey and what they've been doing. So it was really interesting. It's actually the first one I've ever managed to jump on, and I was really pleased Beryl was able to jump in there too. It was really interesting just to kind of hear. It's kind of like what we hear, what's going on out there. So it gives you a little bit of an idea. But I was really pleased to hear that they had that same thought process of what do we need to clean up, and it's a good idea. So anything you wanted to add, Beryl, that you took from it? Okay. Well, now between everybody and their evening, so I think we're good to go. We will recess, because I always say it wrong, until tomorrow. Oh, you're right. Thank you for the reminder. See, all you had to do was move. We will, tomorrow, at the end of our meeting, address Board Member Potter's grievances, concerns, whatever word you want to put around that she brought up this morning. So I'm not avoiding that. We are going to, because I want to be able to take time to really read. Everybody received her written statement, I guess you would say, about that. So I would ask you to look at that, make sure you have, whatever in mind. I will be doing that as well this evening, so we will address that tomorrow. Okay? Thank you. Have a really good evening. 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Right back here. Did that work? Should I hit the gavel?